Hi, Money. Hi, Una. Hi.
Welcome to the long-awaited return to the good old days. Oh my boy, my baby. This is where we say, goodbye, Chronicles. I will not miss you. Will I return to you someday? Possibly. But that day is not today. And it probably will not be to any time for the rest of this fucking year. Maybe later. Maybe when I've had time to think about it, you know. But are you excited? Are you as excited as I am for Miles Edgeworth? I know you've all missed him. Everyone, actually, I was going through the color schemes for like the like goals you can have on your Twitch, like, you know, the follow goal panels and stuff. And one of the colors is called Edgeworth. I considered using that color, but then I realized that it doesn't really fit with my branding. I'm very cool colored. And Edgeworth is a berry reddish red pink thing. Hello, Mupai. Hi, Mupai. Can you at least say hello to me before you start exploding everywhere? Thank you. But this is exciting, isn't it? Aren't you all excited? The game category is Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth, aka the original one, because there isn't actually a Twitch game category for Investigations Collections, so we're just gonna have to switch game categories when we start the next game, which is not a problem, really. It's not a problem. Just, you know, minorly false advertising, but what can you do? You're right, Una, there is Mupai everywhere. I guess we need to get like a power washer. Ah, yeah! No, your precious eyes! No, go run it under some water, like splash water into your eyes. I'm sure it'll come out. I'm sure it's not like toxic or anything. I'm as close to my fucking mic as I can be, mate. I'm not screaming. This is me being closer to my microphone. You don't know how fucking close I sit to my mic. I'm as loud as I'm using normally. Oh yes, it's fucking 9 o'clock in the morning. I always start these streams talking quieter, and then when I start getting stuck the fuck into it. My music is as low as it has been this. There you go. How's that, Now you can barely fucking hear it. Complaining at me. Okay. You could hear me before. You just need to, like, I don't know, turn up your goddamn headphones. Sniffles. Anything else important I should be talking about? I need to figure out a thumbnail for my Osu stream. I'm aware that the music was as loud as me. I can see the levels. I stare at them the entire time that I'm doing this shit. Trying to think, do I have anything I need to be talking about? Not really. Everything that I have planned is like, things that are happening at later dates. Yeah, I was talking about how I needed to figure out things. Hi, Moopai. My little magician's outfit, if any of you remember that I was getting one done. Well, I finally got to see the colors of it. The drawing's gotten colored, and so now I just need to like wait for them to like officially finish up and then commission like more out of it, like a reference sheet or something. I think reference sheets, man. Reference sheets are fucking hard to commission though. You ever tried to commission a reference sheet? It's so expensive. I mean, I get it, it's a full body. I guess I'm not really... Anyway, investigations all this week. Fuck hell. Fucking yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm so excited, guys. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I love you, Miles Edgeworth. I love Miles Edgeworth so much. So to clarify, the first case I have played, but it has been a fucking while. So the second chapter I have gotten about halfway through, I think. I don't know, I didn't actually check my save data on my Switch before going into stream, so because I didn't really think about doing that. There you go. There you go. It's questionable and it's Miles' color. I love Miles Edgeworth. Anyway. Moopai. No. Edgeworth is a fine man. He doesn't get butchered. This game is like what he was doing while Phoenix was being all fucking emo. Time to listen. Fucking don't you look? This game is loud. Okay, so I think I need to Yeah. I don't actually know if it's too quiet now. I probably that should have been one of the things I tested before stream. Yeah! Miles Edgeworth! Miles Edgeworth! Miles Edgeworth! The game volume was good, and then I touched it. Fine! It'll stay like that. It'll stay like that and I'll trust you. It'll stay like that and I'll trust you. Look at him! Punches his face. I love him. So yeah, I've done this one. And I've done a little bit of this one. And the rest I have no fucking clue about. But we're gonna ignore the fact that I've done it and just... Don't even joke about my VODs being fucked up, man. I need a perfect VOD every time. You understand. To make sure the defendant is found guilty, what other choice do I have? That's the job of a prosecutor, after all. That may be true, but why? Why go this far? Sorry, maybe I wasn't clear enough, but a guilty verdict is all that matters to me. No matter what the cost. Hell yeah! Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Look at him. What a bitch. I'm a prodigy among prosecutors. Always have been, always will be. Boy, you know. I can't believe Una would leave me. It's okay, you'll be able to you'll stay for my other streams like when I finish all the games, won't you?
Bye-bye. Hi, AT Wolf.
Just Moonboy's gonna leave me? Oh, okay. Guess I'm all alone and friendless. Okay, Uno. I'll miss you, Uno, and I'll miss you, Moonboy. Anyway. I know we're still friends. I meant friendless as in no one to like turn to and talk to, and you still exist. That's different. I want to appreciate how pretty this man looks. Look how pretty he looks.
Look how pretty he looks. Look how pretty he looks.
Look at him. Just breathe in the sight of him. Oh my goodness. Haven't you missed Miles looking this gorgeous? I have. I was being given too much 3D shit, and this is just cleansing me so much. Gorgeous he is. Miles never looked good in 3D, but look at him in 2D. Oh, he's gorgeous. It's hard to believe that I've been away from my office for a whole month. I hope Detective Gumshoe has been keeping an eye on my office and keeping it clean. The door is unlocked. Detective Gumshoe? What's the smell? It's very familiar. Blood? What the? What's the meaning of this? Hello, it's the cops. Freeze. Well, it's not the cops, but yeah. Identify yourself. Shut up. You've got some nerve committing murder in a prosecutor's office. Is that a threat? Let me make one thing very clear. What? No one gets away with committing murder in my office. No one. Miles, that implies this has happened before. My name is Miles Edgeworth, and I work as a prosecutor in my local district. Little did I know that upon my return home after a month abroad, I would be thrusted into a multitude of cases in some very frantic and busy days. Wow, wow, wow. I'm so excited. I've finished photographing the victim's body, sir. Very well. Please continue your investigation. Yes, sir. Yeah. Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Are you okay, sir? Keep it down, detective. This is a crime scene. When I heard that the murder had taken place in your office, I ran up here straight away. This is Dick Gumshoe. He is a detective with the local precinct, and the one they assigned to handle this murder case for the time being. You're looking a little pale, sir. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. However... What they did to your office! It's totally trashed! I'll say. The culprit sullied my floor with dirt rather well. No one gets away with tracking mud into my office. Whoa! Sounds like you're getting really burned up over this whole thing. This crime was committed in my office, so it's my responsibility to solve it. Oh! That's just like you, Mr. Edgeworth. Okay, time to do some investigating. Agreed. Our first course of action is to gather relevant facts and leads. We must not overlook anything, no matter how small, if we are to find the truth. So I'll keep any leads or information we find etched into the forefront of my mind. Speaking of things that pique my interest, why of all places did the murder occur in my office? I get the nagging feeling that this is something important to keep in mind. Yeah, I was wondering that myself, sir. I mean, you can't really say it was just a coincidence, can you? No, not really. Especially because of this. The key to your office? What do you mean, sir? If you think about it carefully and use logic, it should become clear to you. Logic? By finding the connection between two pieces of information and connecting them, new information is born. That is the end result of using logic. So, how do you use it? First, I recall the information we have gathered, and then I connect them together. Now to use logic and recall the facts. For security reasons, our prosecutors' doors are outfitted with locks, which means it would have been hard for the murderer and the victim to get in. Ergo, it's impossible to dismiss the location of this crime as mere coincidence. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, sir. There must be a reason why someone infiltrated my room. What was the killer after? You're really on the ball today, Mr. Edgeworth. That's some beautiful logic, sir. Yes, well, when you follow leads to their conclusion, only the truth remains. However, if the information doesn't line up properly, I may stray far from the truth as well. But if I think carefully before piecing leads together, the logic should flow. Well, let's get started with our investigation, shall we? Yes, sir! Oh, he's so... I just want to grab him. I want to grab him. He looks so... His sprite makes him look so grabbable, you know? The basis of any good investigation is to examine everything, sir. I know that, and when I want to examine something, I simply... walk up to it with my eyes when I'm next to it. Oh, if you ever feel lost, you just wanna talk, I'm here, okay? I'll give you great, precise advice as an ace investigator, sir. Something to try later if I have free time, I suppose. I love how mean he is. I love it so much. How's they even knocked over your chess set? I had it all set up ready when you got back. I figured we could play a few games. I had no idea you were interested in chess. I'm actually pretty good at checkers, so I thought I could give it a try. In that case, I suppose I can set some time aside after we solve this case. Though I don't expect the games to tax my mental also too much. It's very interesting that you have a chess set and not chairs to go with it. Because that's a chess set where you meant to sit down at it. So do you just stand up while you're playing chess? Oh, they finished photographing the body, so it should be alright to examine this area. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. I don't believe it! I packed those vials on those shelves so tight that not even an earthquake could make them fall off, but just look at them. At this rate, the rest of the files won't be able to withstand an earthquake at all. A problem, to be sure. Well, once the investigation's over, we will put them back on the shelf. It's not what I wanted to look at. Okay. Let's see here. There's blood over the lower abdomen area. Looks like the bullet passed clean through the stomach area, sir. In other words, he was shot. Yep, and until the autopsy's done, I don't think we'll know much more about that. Please have the body sent to the morgue once they're done processing the crime scene. Found at 2:05 AM. Are you going to be okay with keeping track of the evidence we find, sir? Of course, this is the safest way I know to keep track of it all. Alright, if you say so. I keep all the evidence I find either in or with my organizer. When I want to re-examine a piece, I have but do open my organizer. And the organizer isn't only for evidence. I keep people's profiles on hand and in it too. It's probably a good idea to make a habit of checking the facts often. What do we have here? I think I've seen one of those before. It's a police badge detective. Oh, hey, I have the exact same thing, actually. What a coinky-dink. Let's take a look inside. Mr. Buddy Faith. It would appear that our victim was a detective just like you. What is that, the third detective to have died in these games? Man, killers love going after detectives. Your files are all over the floor, sir. They probably fell during the struggle between the victim and his killer. Aw, I tried so hard to make this place spotless while you were away. I mean, this just rendered all the time and effort I put in pointless. I don't recall ever asking you to clean my room. Well, I water the flowers every day, just like you requested, sir. Yay! Yay! Hi, Jay! Hi! I'm so glad that you're here so you can join us in investigations. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I just added cleaning to the list of this weekend special. For about half a day every Saturday, I'd come in and clean this place until it sparkled. Does he have a life? Oh, hi, Tay. Everyone else left me, Tay. You're my only true comrade in this. sure that means that I've examined everything that I can at this point in regards to the body. Alright, I'll be back. What have we here? Could this perhaps be the murder weapon? If so, it would mean that the killer made their escape after disposing of their gun here. I think I've seen one of those before. Care to enlighten me where? Oh, I know! I was issued the exact same model, I think. Detective. I don't really like guns all that much. I mean, they're really dangerous. But now that I think about it, you do see this model around the precinct a lot. I don't use mine much, except in emergencies, so that's only I didn't recognize it. So it's the same type of revolver as the ones used by this precinct's detectives. Tie, 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 tay, tay, tie, tie, tie. It's like Kai. Kai. See, I pronounce names wrong all the time, okay? I don't know why, but I know I do that with names that end in I all the time. I pronounce them with a Y sound instead of an E sound. I don't know why. Oh my god, you have a cat, you have a sibling? Wow. I've got no siblings. Not really. Unless we count all the people my artist has drawn, but like, I don't. It's not really a thing. I have a mom though. Parent. I'll just call it a parent. My beautiful parent, I love them. my design parent, I love them. So tie. I'll have to remember that. If I pronounce it wrong, do something. Yell at me. Yell at me. Because I do that all the time. I pronounce names wrong so much. Because, like, sometimes... Look. When I found out that the name R-E-I was pronounced Ray, I was like, that's bullshit. That doesn't sound nearly as cool as Rye, okay? But it makes sense because it's Rei. It's Rei. It's your Tai. I should know this. I work with Utao and Japanese songs and sounds, so I should know these things. There's no shame in it, I know, but I need to be like the coolest guy ever, so. Seem to have gathered a few pieces of pertinent information. Now to calmly use some logic and figure out if any of them are connected to each other. Oh, do I have to use logic just yet? Oh. Bullet went clean through the victim's abdomen. I forgot all the details of this. It's been so many months since I played this. Someone's trouble roll. The victim was a detective. It's the victim's gun. That's what we're saying. Right. Yeah, the cool guys club. Me. Chat, lurkers, I appreciate all of you. You're all really cool. The revolver. The standard model used by detectives. Could it have belonged to our recently departed? Detective Gumshoe, could you please thoroughly check the victim's body one more time? Hi, money. Yes, sir! On it now, sir. Excuse me, pal. Let's see, what have we got here? It's the red sir. This guy's wearing a gun holster. So it appears that our killer somehow managed to take the victim's gun from him. Let's see what else we can find out about this revolver. I always say you gotta look really carefully at every piece of information. Piece of evidence. Rotate the object. There's no such thing as a bad angle. Yeah. I like the little horsey. The little horsey is cute. To think that it's so easy to take the life with just a pull of a trigger. You know, I can't even see myself really liking guns. Oh, but I love the ones they use as at track and field meets to start races. If you take off before it's fired, everybody always ends up following your lead. To chase you down for a false start, detective. Now that you mention it, when I finish first, I always wind up in last place. Yo. The bravo. Looks like only one round was fired from this. Wow, so the killer killed the Vic with just one shot after wresting the gun from him? Sounds like the guy knew how to handle a gun, huh, Mr. Edward? We have no proof for now, but that is a distinct possibility. I guess this is about all we're going to find out. We shall send the body to... Jim! Oh, why? Oh, why? How could this happen to a guy like you? Are you alright? Don't touch me! Leave me alone! Just let me be! Sorry, I can't do that. The investigation is still ongoing, so please refrain from touching the body. The body? The body? Don't talk about him like he's some lump of flesh. Look at him! Jim looks like he's just turned into the night. Sure. Just in a blood-stained suit, sir. Where are my manners? Aren't you that prosecutor? Why, yes I am. I'm Jacques Portsman, prosecutor. Jim here was my partner in crime busting. I'm Miles Edgeworth, and like you, I am also a prosecutor. Detective Dick Gumshoe, sir. So you're Miles Edgeworth. I guess this is your office? Yes, that is correct. Then it was you! You're the one who killed Jim. Hey, don't go around jumping to conclusions, pal. Just calm down, okay? I will not. I know how things work around here. My prosecutor's office doors all have locks built into them, and only the owner of the office has the key to his or her own office door. That is correct. However, I was not the one who killed your partner. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth has been overseas on a business trip this whole time, pal. And the key to the door was with me the entire time, okay? So the only one who could have been and gotten in here was me! Oh wait, that means... I'm not sure what that means. So it was you then! You're Jim's killer! No way, pal! You've got it all wrong. Do none of you know how easy it is to pick a fucking lock? I'm surprised that never comes up in these games. Everyone calm down. Mr. Portsman, correct. If you are a real prosecutor, you should know to stay collected. The investigation has only just begun. Isn't it too early to be drawing conclusions? Alright, I get the point. You're right, my mistake. I tend to get a little too hot-headed sometimes. You sure are one cool customer though, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard all the rumors about you. You're the great genius prosecutor. You're not something of a legend, you know. Anyway, let's call a truce and work together, okay? Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? You failed your lockpicking class in kindergarten? Dude, that's like the easiest class I got in kindergarten. A pleasure to work with you. You guys were conducting your investigation, right? Sorry for barging in like that. Carry on then, it's your room after all. Thank you. I intend to. I just want a little more time to say goodbye to Jim. You there. You sir. I want you to capture this scene on film for me. My final farewell to my partner Jim. I should probably give them some space. Ah! Your jacket, sir! Oh, what's it doing on the floor? It must have fallen off the wall when the killer tried to threaten me by firing a round. So the killer not only shot the victim, but they shot your jacket as well? They dared to shoot the ultra special jacket that you made your prosecutorial debut in? What if they had shot through it? It would have been a disaster. It's not worth getting worked up over, detective. Not when there's something more here. Like what? I take it you haven't noticed it yet, detective. There's a giant contradiction right here in front of us. Really? Did I say contradiction? He must be rubbing off on me. I'm starting to sound like him. Damn it! I have to stop thinking about it, otherwise I'll become way too embarrassed. But I have my own methods, and I will conduct this investigation my way. When the scene before me contradicts the piece of evidence or seems off, that's when my deductive skills come into play. First, I have to find the spot that holds the contradiction. The bullet hole. This is it. There's a bullet hole is where the contradiction lies. When I spot something that's off, I should point it out. Not fourth wall breaking here. I don't even know what the fourth wall is. And when I have found sufficient proof to prove the contradiction, I present it. This is how I do things. The fact that only one bullet was shot. Eureka! He's so cute. This bullet hole is the contradiction. What do you mean, sir? It's elementary. 2 shots were fired in this room. The first felled the victim. Then the second felled this frame. Hey, you're right! However, this gun was only fired once. Hey, that's true too. Which means that one of these 2 bullets was fired from a different gun. Does the killer have another gun prepared for tonight? Oh my goodness. And by the way, I noticed something, sir. Yes. What's that thing sticking out from behind the frame? Oh no, it's a secret safe. A secret safe? Oh wait, smell money! I'll spare you the trouble and just say it. Nothing like what you're imagining is inside. Now, if you could kindly move this frame out of the way. Oh, roger that! Talk about dusty. I suppose that's what happens when I'm not here to dust it once in a while. I had no idea there was a safe here. Or I would have kept it clean for you, sir. So, when did you put this in? It wasn't something I installed personally. Every prosecutor's office has one. Really? I had no idea. Well, only prosecutors are supposed to have knowledge of their existence. So, what's inside, Mr. Edgeworth? Right now, nothing. We only use them to store especially important evidence when a trial is in session. That's it? Don't talk about squashing my hopes and dreams. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. I never knew there was a safe hidden behind here. Well, if detectives knew about them, they wouldn't be secret, now would they? Are there any other secret hidden things in this room? Even if there were, it would defeat the purpose of them being hidden if I told you. So don't bother looking for them. So there's no, like, hidden camera around, right? And what if there was? No, nothing. Forget I said anything. No, I even want to ask what he's been doing in my office while I've been away. Embarrassing things, I'm sure. He does that a lot. Now that's odd. You found something, sir? This keypad. Don't you find it a bit too clean? Yeah, there's a thick layer of dust around it, but not on the keypad itself. You there, the forensic scientist. Yes, sir. Could you please dust this area for fingerprints? You got it, sir. I couldn't find anything let alone lift a single print. Looks like it was wiped down well. As I thought, it appears that logic is the only way to round this setback. Time to rationally and calmly connect the dots with information we have. Oh yeah. Logic time. I actually really like the logic thing. Like being able to figure it out along the way like this. It's really cool. This and this. I believe I have figured out what the murderer was after. Oh, well, what is it, sir? The fact that the safe was wiped clean of fingerprints suggests that the criminal had at least attempted to open my safe, making the culprit's motive for breaking and entering theft, I believe. I wonder if knowing that the motive behind this break-in was theft changes the other pieces of information what the other pieces of information can tell me about this crime. If it was theft, then that explains why the files are on the ground. There is a possibility that the files splayed on the floor are not the result of a struggle between the victim and his killer. Oh! You mean, like, it could be from when the killer tried to find something, sir? Precisely. We need to figure out if any of the files have been stolen. Yes, sir! I'm gonna show files like you've never seen before, even at a library. Sure. Let's give that a try. Why do all the good ones have to die young? Surely you must ponder that every once in a while, Mr. Edgeworth. No matter how much we lament the dead, will not come back to life. All we can do is search for the truth. And? So what are we supposed to do? How do we go about finding the truth? First, we calmly restore the files to their rightful place. You got it! Here, let me help. So this file goes here, and that book goes there. You sure know a lot about where things go, despite it being Mr. Edgeworth's office. Because I'm the one who keeps it tidy, pal, okay? Done. It would appear that the murder was definitely committed here. The bloodstains on the bookshelf is still fresh. I suspect that the victim was killed in a standing position, hence the prints on the shelf. And the guy fell onto the floor, right? The blood on the floor is kind of grossing me out. Detective, I don't have the time to deal with your weak stomach right now. You know I'm no good with blood, sir. I'm certain there's something wrong with this picture. So this is where the bullet lodged. So this is where the bullet lodged itself after it went through the victim, huh? For the bullet to be lodged so squarely in a file spine indicates that the files were ransacked after the shooting had occurred. And I guess the victim wasn't moved because he was in the killer's way. It appears that the victim was in a sitting position here after being shot. Oh, so that's why the seat of the victim's pants has blood on it. That would be the logical conclusion. The victim's handprints. He must have tried to support himself with his hands after being shot. There are prints on the floor too. Those must have been made when, unable to stay standing, he dropped to the floor. Nope, not what I wanted to do. It's not somehow connected to a piece of evidence somehow. Good question. Clean through the abdomen. There is clearly a contradiction here with this bullet hole. What do you mean, sir? Don't you see? Quite simply, the bullet hole itself is too low. If the victim was shot in the stomach, the hole should be much higher up. But what if the guy was shot while he was sitting or lying down, sir? That would be illogical. The victim leaned against the shelf here after being shot, which suggests that he was standing when he was being shot. Then that means... wait, what does that mean, sir? It means you need to use your brain every once in a while instead of mine, detective. In any case, it means someone made a faulty assumption. And it was from this mistake that our current contradiction was born. What was the faulty assumption caused by this problem with the bullet hole's position? The order of the files. I believe the order of the files is a bit off. You mean that I put them back in the wrong order just now? Hey, actually, I think the labels of the files are wrong, sir. Oh? Yeah, you see, here how the files that were shot begin with the number 0. What are they doing all the way down there after 1, 2, and 3? That's really weird. Actually, the way they are organized now is the correct order. They are exactly as I see them in Eyeline's eye. And numbers are all out of order? Those white binders are special. So they are arranged a little differently. But from this, we know that the files were not in this order when the crime occurred. So that's it. I believe the killer made the same incorrect assumption as you did, detective. Let's rearrange the files in numerical order and see what we find out. Do you think it'd be okay to pop the body back up to how it was before it was moved? They finished processing the crime scene, so I don't see why it wouldn't be. If you please, Detective Gumshoe. Saying means often enough to give me flashbacks into destinies? What? I'm not sure how that's giving you two destinies flashbacks. As I suspected, the bullet hole is now where it should logically be. The killer went through my files first before shooting. And then put the files back in numerical order, I guess. Exactly, and then proceeded to shoot the victim. someone kill a man and then look through your files one more time. Oh, Professor Means, that's what you mean. It's different means, okay? Different means. Different means. We're using, just descriptor means and not noun means. Actually. Why would someone kill a man and then look through your file? Puzzling indeed. Exactly! Exactly, it's a different means! The files were thrown into disarray twice. Once before and once after the crime. Now the crime scene is as it was at the time of the murder. Time to give it another look over. This... What's is that? Why does it say gumshoe in blood? I say that's an incredibly incriminating evidence. Yes, indicative of criminal activity indeed. No, wait! There's gotta be some mistake! Mr. Edwards, sir, help me! Say something, sir! It appears that one of my files was stolen. Is that all, sir? What about me and my situation? Is this what the killer was really after? Looks like Jim was able to leave us the name of his killer in the end. And this most important message managed to reach us. I'm telling you it wasn't me! You can't be terribly pleased to hear that your beloved partner is the guilty party. If you're going to accuse Detective Gumshoe of being the culprit, I sincerely hope you have some proof to back it up. Jim's words? They're more than enough, wouldn't you say? If that's how you want to play it, then at least allow me to understand your reasoning. You got it! I don't like this one bit. There's something strange about this man's attitude, and there must be some sort of flaw in his logic waiting for me to dig out. Mr. Edgeworth, oh, what are you going to do? What I always do in court, I'm going to cross-examine him. One way or another, I'll expose the flaw in his logic with this technique. Oh! How do you do that, sir? Can you explain it to me, sir? No, maybe some other time. Mr. Portman, if you're ready. If you don't have time, you could just say so, sir. Detective Gumshoe, you stole Jim's gun from him and shot him dead. Furthermore, you messed up the files to make it look like you had committed suicide. That's when you moved Jim's body that was sitting in front of the bookshelf. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letterings of his body was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will be brought to justice. You intend to argue that the victim's dying message points to this killer? I can hear Jim's voice and he's calling for his killer's arrest. Are you sure you're not mishearing his words, Mr. Portsman? There's no way Detective Gumshoe is the culprit here. I will find a flaw in this man's logic and expose it with credible evidence. What do I actually have? Not a lot, actually. Yeah. issued to the victim and I believed to be the murder weapon. You keep it in your pocket. It's so pretty though. It's so pretty though. You stole his gun.
Hold it!
You know, there's something I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why do you call the victim Jim? When clearly his name is Buddy Faith. Isn't it obvious? Jim is the perfect name for my companion. Jacques and Jim. Don't those two names just go together like peanut butter and jelly? Jim isn't even close to the guy's real name. Well, Jacques and Buddy just sounds off somehow. Besides, he was a third of a bunch of guys I decided to call just to nickname Jim. He talks about the victim like he was his pet.
Hold it!
Do you really think it was necessary to just shovel my shelves twice to do that? Jacques is correct according to Stanley Parable rules. Look, Jim's a good name. It's just not this guy's name. Jim. That's true. Okay. Then maybe his real intent was theft. Hey, are you stealing something from Mr. Redwood? It's a possibility. Maybe your salary's been cut so much that life is getting a little too rough to handle. You know that I eat 3 square meals every day, pal. Okay, so all 3 of them happen to be instant noodles, but... Poor thing. What an evil prosecutor you were paired with. And what a motive. No. That's when you moved Jim's body to... What the fuck? Why am I wet all over this body? Or am I just cold? Is that what it is? I don't know. So you moved Jim's body just sitting in front of the bookshelf. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the body letter he was hiding. And it will be by his final words that you will to justice. Why would he steal his gun? I don't remember what I meant to do for this bit. Why would he steal his gun if he is also a detective and he should have his own gun? Actually, there's a gigantic flaw in this logic. A gap so wide that even a good detective could spot it. I'll clue Mr. Portsman in by presenting him with some evidence. It's the fact that it's the revolver itself, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. It would behoove you to take the witness. I see it, but I don't see how that means anything. Is that so? On the top of your game today, are you, Mr. Genius Prosecutor? I've gone along to set points here. Also remain calm, only by doing so can I find the fatal flaw in his reasoning. Make it look like you would commit theft instead. When you moved Jim's body that was sitting on the bookshelf. Thanks to that, you didn't notice the bloody letterings. His body was hiding. Logic. What's the logic here? Fatal flaw in this. What is it? I don't remember struggling this much when I first played this. What the hell? Why can't I think of anything? See, I would walk you through my thought process, except there is no thought process happening at this time. It is literally, a cycle of, gee whiz, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't know. Mr. Edgeworth. Jim! Oh, Jim! Jim is such a good name! Logic, sir, logic, sir, logic, just so much logic to be logical. No. Oh, right, there's a history in this game. Fucking hell yeah. What are the files that were written upon in blood? Who stole my card? Mess up the files and make it look like you're committed theft instead. But, no. But, the fact that a file was stolen disproves that completely.
Objection!
Perhaps you're not aware, Mr. Portsman, but there is a serious flaw in your logic. Bringing a bit of the courtroom into this, I see. No problem, I'm game. I can't help but find it odd. Excuse me. Odd that a fellow prosecutor would be brought down by the power of his own office. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, you're joking, I get it. If you have the time to laugh, then you have time to take another closer look at this. Do you still not see? If not, may I direct your attention to the missing file? What? That's impossible! What's impossible, Mr. Portsman? Nothing! The files on the shelf are all about a certain case. When the killer went to take the file off and murder his partner, I highly doubt they could have missed the bloody letters written on the spine.
Objection!
It's possible that they could have taken the file before committing the murder. I think it's pretty obvious that the file was stolen after it was written on. The missing letters of the detective's name where the file should be is proof. Yeah, I mean the S is gone and there's only half an H. If Detective Gumshoe really was the culprit of this case, I highly doubt that even he could overlook his own name written in blood on the files. It's really weird to see you two be the same height. Especially if the detective who can't, as a detective who can't stand the sight of blood. Which means, what exactly? What does that mean? Make the dying message. It makes it the work of a criminal intent on tampering with this crime scene. That's so low! I can't believe the criminal tried to pin this whole thing on me, sir. I'm gonna get him, sir. You'll see. I'm gonna have them under arrest in no time. Well then, Mr. Portsman. Brilliant! Absolutely splendid. Logic deserving of an Olympic gold. I appreciate the praise, but it doesn't change the fact that your reasoning is flawed. You win some and you lose some. That's how life goes. Glad everyone's so cheery, even though I feel more dead than alive. But, you know, it really is a shame. I really didn't want to have to bring this up, however. What is it this time? Are you still after me, pal? Humor me for a second. Who has the key to this office? That would be me. But Mr. Edgeworth also proved that I'm innocent now. That's absolutely right, and I acknowledge your innocence. Then why do I sense that you still have something to say? Well, I was thinking, did you know that there is one other person with a key to this office? One other person? Hey, you there! Yes, sir? Oh, what is it, sir? Would you kindly fetch and escort the lovely young lady here for me? A lady? The girl is a member of this building's security. Think of her as a material witness. Security? Did you say security? No, stop it, pow down. What's wrong with him all of a sudden? I believe she needs some introduction. I have called Miss Maggie Bird a member of security. Detective Gumshoe? Sir? Maggie! Miss Bird is the security guard on watch tonight. I see, and your point is? My point is that she could very well have used it. And by it, I mean the master key, which can open all the office doors in this building. What? If you're not the guilty party, Detective Gumshoe, then the only other person with access to this room is Miss Bird. How dare you! I would never sneak into someone's room. That's right, I refuse to believe that Maggie's the culprit here, pal. It was me. That's right, I did it. Can we take that as a confession, Detective? Well, it wasn't me, but it definitely wasn't Maggie, pal. And yeah, it was me. If it was, you'd have no problems with that, right? Please refrain from flying off the handle, Detective. There's no need for such theatrics. Listen to your boss, Detective. He understands what I'm saying here. The girl is the only one who could have committed the crime, and for one simple reason. It's pretty obvious that Miss Bird snuck into this room using the master key. I mean, if Detective Gumshoe isn't the one who opened the door, then that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows the good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So you're saying she used the master key? Incredibly incriminating evidence, wouldn't you say? That's what you claimed with the evidence earlier as well. That was then, this is now. The flow of a good match always changes during a rally. It's all that about your reflexes and reaction time, especially for an athlete like me. I wonder if there is anybody else other than Miss Bird who could have used the master key. I think that the only way to get Mr. Portsman to give me more details is press him.
Hold it!
Are you sure Miss Bird is the only one member of security who could have used the master key? There's only one person on staff at this time of night, and tonight she's it. Isn't that right, Miss Bird? That's true, but I wasn't able to use the master key at the time of the crime, sir. Wasn't able to? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, moving on. I'd hate to get sidetracked by something unrelated. What do you mean unrelated? I want to hear what she has to say about. But you can't trust her not to tell lies. Plus, I hate wasting time. Should I hear Miss Bird out? Of course. Not so fast. I, too, am interested in hearing what Miss Bird has to say. Didn't you just say it would be a waste of time? We don't need to hear her lies. I'll be the judge of that. Miss Bird, if you please. I discovered the master key was missing at around 1 AM, sir. What do you mean by missing? As in, it just wasn't there in the security booth, sir. The killer must have stolen it. Mr. Portsman, I believe this is an important piece of testimony, don't you? I can't believe that someone like you would be taken in by such words. I'm not lying, sir.
Objection!
If that's the case, then I'd like to know why you have the master key right now. I don't quite know. It just reappeared all of a sudden, sir? A likely story. And where is your proof that the key was stolen to begin with? I bet you just forgot where to put it and then found it again. I never lose things. I can practically guarantee that. With me, if something disappears, it's usually because someone stole it. Yeah, pal, trust me. You don't want to test just how bad our luck is. Unfortunately, I can't deem this piece of testimony as conclusive. Glad you agree, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, but you still have established Maggie's motive for breaking into Mr. Edgeworth's office. A motive? We already established that it was theft. I mean, the culprit clearly went through the bookshelves and at least tried to save. It is as Mr. Portsman says, Detective. I can't ignore the fact that all the evidence points towards a motive of theft. But I'm done taking blows. It's time to counterattack with a few facts of my own. That's a few Gertrude wasn't the one who opened the door. And then that leaves Miss Bird as our prime suspect. On top of which, she knows our good detective, doesn't she? Making it all the more probable that she was the one who faked the dying message. So... can open every office door that was stolen at security. It's the master key to every office in the building. It's so pretty. Look how gorgeous it is. Oh, it's a screw-on one, so like you can wear it as a cufflink. Prosecutor's badge is engraved with a number of its owner on its back. Numbers. As if we as if we're not human on the inside like everyone else. Aww. That's really cute of you to say, Edgeworth. The badge's design is said to reflect the relentlessness and disciplines of law enforcement. It comes from the authority vested in us as strictest prosecutors of the law and executors of sentences, much like harsh winter frosts and blazing summer days. To wear it is to identify yourself as a prosecutor, but I have no interest in doing so. I like him. Oh, I liking Portsman. I mean, he's just a guy into sports. I don't really have an opinion on him.
Sir Edgeworth, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and present some evidence.
I would love to, but first we need to listen a bit more and digest what he's saying. And press him for more information.
Hold it!
I concur that the culprit's motive appears to have been thievery, however. Glad to hear that the great Miles Edgeworth is in agreement with little old me. However, with regard to the investigation of the bookshelf and safe, okay, good thinking, asking for my opinion on the matter. Would it be too much for you to allow me to complete a full sentence?
Hold it!
I thought we had established Detective Gumshoe's innocence pretty thoroughly. It was just a theory, one hypothesis among the many possibilities. I mean, I had my doubts about Miss Bird from the very beginning. If that's the case, then why didn't you mention her first? Now, don't make that face, see? There goes the truth running from the other way. Let's pick up the pace and see if we can't catch up to it. I don't think you're catching my drift. But we are in agreement that the detective's the killer, right? If so, then I hope you'll understand what I say. That since she is the only one who could have opened the office door, that leaves only Miss Bird as our prime suspect.
Hold it!
Don't you think it's a bit early to be jumping to conclusions? Yeah, are you saying there's another way to open the door other than the master key? Oh, I get it. Perhaps you had a spare made for someone else. I'll have you know I have never made a spare, so what are you insinuating? Nothing! Guess I should have known better than to suggest that someone like you would. Top of that, she knows a good detective, doesn't she?
Hold it!
Is there someone in this district who hasn't at least heard of Detective Gumshoe? Good point. He's practically a celebrity among prosecutors.
Really? I never knew I was talked about so much, sir.
You're holding our collective breath, you know, for when you screw up so badly that you'll literally chase off the force.
Wait, what? Is that true, Mr. Edgeworth?
Of course not. That's hogwash.
Oh, don't scare me like that. I was on a heart attack there.
Guess up shells in the white safe, I say thievery.
Hold it!
No, that's not what I meant to press. Because Gumshoe didn't know about the safe, so how does she know about the safe? Oh, look at him. He's so pretty. I miss him. I miss him. Look at his smug little face. His smug little face. Do you wish to continue insinuating that Miss Bird was set on stealing something? Why not? It's the truth after all. It was also your logic that came to the whole thievery conclusion anyway.
Hello, smug little Reggie. Hello, little Reggie. Oh, look at him.
I'm so glad that he's happy. That may be, but you must also be aware of the fact that the safe is a secret safe, the existence of which is only privy to prosecutors. I find it a little hard to believe that a hidden safe was a part of her cunning plan.
But she could have found it by accident while she was turning everything else upside down.
I highly doubt that. I'd say the culprit knew exactly what they were looking for. After all, only the bookshelf and the safe were targeted.
Yeah, even I didn't know about the safe valve, and that means there's no way Maggie could have known about it either.
Are you proposing that the killer is a prosecutor? Interesting conclusion. That's definitely looking more than and more probable. What's wrong, prosecutor? Do you have a different suspect in mind now?
Curses! Why? What made you... Oh, what's all that angry face all of a sudden? It's all my fault.
What do you mean?
It's Jim. He knew about the existence of secret safes.
What did you say?
We were partners, like inseparable conjoined twins. That's why I told him. I put him in on the secret safes. Safes. Why do I say safers? And that means... Yeah, I know. I had only just told him. Too. Obviously it was a wrong thing to tell him. I still can't quite believe it. But the thief who broke into your room was probably Jim.
And now he's claiming that the victim was the thief?
And you were simply trying to stop him, weren't you? Miss Maggie Bird?
Excuse me?
I mean, you are a security guard, right? That's your job. But killing is going a bit too far, even in your risky profession. What the? You're just accusing Maggie of murder?
Yes and no. I mean, she had stumbled upon Jim, who had probably drawn his gun.
I get it. It was self-defense, wasn't it? No, I couldn't. I could never do something like that. Not even as a security guard, sir. Plus, even if he was the thief, he wouldn't have a key to this office. Which is precisely why he had to steal it, wouldn't you say? It was Jim who sold the master key. Pretty impossible for a supposedly stolen key to be here with us unless... Well, unless you retrieved it from Jim after you killed him.
Mr. Portsman, are you honestly accusing your own partner of being a thief?
I don't want to admit it, but it's the only way for everything to make sense.
Has he no honor?
Now then, I think we're done here. The investigation waits for no man.
Would you people so kindly see yourselves out?
You can't just kick us out. This is Mr. Edgeworth's office.
But I'm the one who's been assigned to this case. You are all suspects to varying degrees, and therefore ineligible to run this show.
Listen, pal, how many times do I have to say this? Maggie can't be the culprit.
Detective Gumshoe, calm yourself.
But, sir...
We have no choice but to accommodate his request for now.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. At least one of you understands. Now then, if you could remove yourselves from my crime scene, I'd be most grateful.
Mark my words, Mr. Portsman. We will meet again.
Yes, that's a formal request from the legendary prosecutor himself, then I suppose so. Now, don't disappoint me, you hear? Aren't you all so excited that we're getting into this? Aren't you all so excited? What is with that prosecutor? I can't believe how rude he was. It was unbelievable. Please maintain your professionalism, detective. I'm gonna find some real solid evidence proving Maggie's innocence. You'll see, sir. We've been kicked out of the crime scene, sir. True. So then, what now? Looks like my life's fallen into yet another gigantic ditch. Do not despair, Miss Bird. We can overcome this as well. There are many other places and things we should be looking into anyway. Really? For example, this hallway. The linchpin of his argument against Miss Bird is related to the master key. In that case, this hallway is a perfect place to look for more information regarding the mystery surrounding my door. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. It's... that's the missing 0 files. No doubt about it. The bloody letters mark is clear as day. There seems to be a few pages missing. Our thief took only what was necessary and left the rest behind. So, what were those 0 files about, sir? I guess they've got something worth stealing. Not particularly. It's just a collection of court case files. However, the cases within these files are not mine. Huh. They belong to the High Prosecutor that used to occupy my current office. I have my reasons, but let's just say I was charged with keeping them as they were. Then that means that the thief must have also wanted the file for a specific reason, right? It would seem so. Only the pages related to that case from 10 years ago are missing. I wonder why anyone would care about such an old case. I love him. Look at him. Look how beautiful he is. Wouldn't you agree that he's just absolutely gorgeous? See, look, proper height difference. Anyway, hi Maggie. I was wondering if I could speak with you for a bit concerning this case. I've always been a big fan of the courtroom, but this is like a dream where I'm being cross-examined by the Miles Edgeworth. I can't let this chance pass me by. I must remember to ask her about the master key. I should jog her memory by showing my notes to her. So, when did you discover that the master key was missing? By the time I realised it, I think it was around 1 AM, sir. And I noticed it was back at around 2:30 AM. It was just sitting there on the ledge where the security room's reception room was. But I'm sure that between those 2 times it was not just gone, but stolen, sir. Why is such an important key stored in such an insecure place? It's not like that, sir. We always keep the key further inside the room, away from the window. Always, you say. Except for this time, correct? Oh, I am being a bit careless, but I had my reasons. I left it out because I was sort of using it at the time. It was after I had used it that I left it sitting out on the ledge. She used the master key? Have you ever met the victim before? Well, I've seen him a couple times around before when I had to go to Mr. Portsman's office. Mr. Faith was always playing basketball with Mr. Portsman, sir. That sounds like fun. Just once I'd love to play with them. It sounds fun, but the only person ever taking a shot was Mr. Portsman. All Mr. Faith did was pass him the ball, so... second thought, I don't think I'd have fit in at all with them. What did you mean by you used the master key? Oh, I had to use it to open the door for this prosecutor who had forgotten his key. I mean, it is my job as a security guard, right? What is it? That's right, I just remembered. The prosecutor who forgot his key. It was Mr. Portsman, sir. What? Please tell me more, Miss Bird, quickly. It was around 12 a.m. Mr. Portsman had forgotten his office key, so he came down to the security, sir. And that's when you loaned the master key? No way! It's against regulation to loan the master key out to anyone. I walked with Mr. Portman to his office and opened the door for him personally, sir. I see. And then, what happened after that? Well, he called for me to come close to his office, close up his office as he was leaving to go home. It was around 1:30 a.m. I think. So in summary, for the sake of one forgetful prosecutor, you used the master key twice tonight. Talk about suspicious. I doubt you can say you've never left your keys at home. I think this calls for a thorough examination of Portman's door. Miss Bird, correct? I take it that you are an acquaintance of the detective? She was under my supervision back when she was still on force, sir. One day she got caught up in a murder and things started going downhill, so she quit. But I owe a lot to Detective Gumshoe for introducing me to my current employer. So I thought until a few days ago, right after I clocked out for the night. You were caught up in this whirlwind of the case, correct? Don't worry. My life has been nothing but a whirlwind of bad luck and failures. Since I was 6 months old, when I fell from the 9th floor of my apartment building, I've been hit by all sorts of vehicles, gotten sick from all sorts of food, failed at almost every test I've taken, experienced almost every kind of disaster, and now I even managed to be named a criminal just when I became a security guard. That's a lot to go through in one lifetime. I know! And just when I thought I had finally found my happiness, I wound up getting you and Detective Gumshoe involved in my bad luck. You don't need to worry about me, Miss Bird, nor do you need to worry about yourself. I will solve this case and prove your innocence. All I ask in return is your cooperation. Yes, sir, Mr. Edgeworth. You can count on me. I'll do all I can to help. What's a basketball doing here? That's Mr. Portman's prized possession, sir. I heard he also plays soccer, dodgeball, and even tennis. And not a single one of those sports is suitable to be played in a hallway. Room 1203. I take it this is Mr. Portman's office? Yeah, you can't mistake it because of that basketball hoop, sir. Oh, that reminds me, Mr. Portman had actually wanted room 1202 really badly. But since you were already occupying it, Mr. Edgeworth, we put him next door, sir? So why was Mr. Portman so particular about getting 1202? I'm not sure, but I bet it's because of something like his birthday is December 2nd.
Yeah, but that's gotta be it. I can't think of another reason why.
I can think of at least 3. Why am I even wasting my time thinking about this? The door is locked shut.
Hey, I bet the old credit card trick wouldn't work here, huh, Mr. Shore?
This is the office of a high prosecutor detective. These doors would be pretty efficient if the average cat burglar could get through them.
Aha! So I guess only a great cat burglar could get in. That must be who our culprit is.
Might I advise you to return that conclusion to whatever pawn shop you bought it from?
It's Mr. Portsman's personal basketball hoop.
I can't believe he put something like this in the hallway of a prosecutor's office.
But you know, it's actually pretty useful, sir. I haven't gotten lost trying to get to your office since it's been here.
How long have I had the same office and yet you still managed to get lost? What is this basketball hoop doing here?
Hey, didn't this used to be just outside next to the building a long time ago?
So when and why was it moved indoors?
I can't remember exactly, but I saw one of the officers drag it in here recently.
Drag?
I heard it wouldn't fit in the elevator, so the poor guy had to bring it in himself.
All the way to the 12th floor? Although 2 of his 4 numbers on a number plate alone proclaim this to be my office.
Whoops! Hey, these number plates slide right out, sir.
They have to be able to take the plates off when a room becomes vacant, you know. Although, the idea that it can be so easily removed is kind of... I don't see any signs of forced entry.
And according to the guard, no signs that the lock was picked either, sir.
Meaning that the door really was opened with a key. Did you happen to ask if any prints were lifted from the doorknob?
Apparently the doorknob's clean as a whistle. What do they think?
Whoever this thief is, they did a good job of not leaving any clues behind. Is everything alright?
Yes, sir. If you must know, I weighed myself this morning and I'm finally at 154 pounds.
Congratulations, but I was asking about this hallway in this room.
Oh, everything's okay, sir.
Hey, word of advice, stay focused or you may start to lose even more weight.
It looks like you're in quite the pitch, Mr. Edward.
To be sure, a murder within the walls of the prosecutor's office is no trifling matter. We must find, apprehend, and punish the killer accordingly post-haste.
Sounds like a messy case you've got on your hands.
If you ever feel lost or need some advice, my door is always open. How gracious. I will keep your offer in mind. Who is this guy again? Oh, money. You're the only person who has ever remembered him. No one else cares to know who he is. Gumshoe, how you going?
The Payne lineage. Yes, sir.
Ace investigator. Detail. I was wondering about the investigation.
Oh, I've been waiting for this. I'll let a real seasoned pro teach you how it's done.
A real seasoned pro of instant noodle cuisine, perhaps.
You know you can always check out the really important spots in more detail, right?
Yes. And if the area is so big, you can look around. But don't worry, sir. It'll only show up when you need it to. I knew that as well. And when you think there's a contradiction, or something unusual, try deduction. First, you line up the cursor with the suspicious-looking area. Then press T and choose your poison, evidence. When you've settled with a piece, you present it. I'm pretty sure I already knew that as well, Detective. Well, if you can remember all that, then welcome to the world of the pros. OW, Ace Investigator, class dismissed. And all I wanted was an update about the investigation. I love him. I don't think I can... Can I really logic it out yet? I don't think so. Missing from 1 AM to 2:30. The master key was used to unlock 12 to 1. What? 1 AM to 1:30. So how did you use it at 1:30? Maggie, I've got questions. Detective Gumshoe, you look rather intrigued by something. Care to share? Oh, it's nothing, but I noticed that Mr. Portsman calls his partner again. And the detective in that Sunday night drama of All My Cops is conjured too. I bet one of them is a big fan of that show. You seem to know a little something about it yourself. I take it you watch it too. Of course! The tight bond of friendship between prosecutor and detective is great, sir. But it's nothing compared to the super strong friendship we have. Oh. Friendship, detective. I think you're mistaking it with pity. How can you say that, sir? After all we've been through too. I got a Steam achievement for that. But I do agree, the relationship between prosecutor and detective, gorgeous, fantastic. I love it so much, it's all I could ever dream of. The door itself, right? A minimalist yet classy door made of top quality wood. It's kind of majestic too. Fits in really well with the ambiance of the prosecutor's office. Even Mr. Portsman seems dignified just because he works behind the knees. Nonsense. A man doesn't become more or less dignified because of where he works. Well, he seems more dignified than Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne, I suppose custodial work can also be dignified. Nah, I can't look down. Which is what I wanted to do, but I don't know how to... Okay. How did I do this last time? So, made, making it impossible to break by force. It's almost majestic, sir. I wish I could be as stately as this man. Only Gumshoe would praise a door as something gracious in himself. being a detective has its own rewards and a certain virtuous value, I think. If you live up to your full potential, that's a poignant trait that anyone can admire. I see! So you're saying, sir, that me being me is the best thing I can do for everyone. Right. Well, pause isn't exactly reassuring, sir. I do remember being stuck on this bit too. Okay, I do. Alright, detective. Logics. No, I'm just gonna... Miss Bird, I'm afraid there's a flaw in your story. Oh, what? No way, pal! I mean, sir. You said you locked up Mr. Portman's office at 1:30 AM, correct? However, the master key had already been stolen at that time. Wow, nothing is causing you, Mr. Edgeworth. You saw that contradiction like a pro. I had totally forgotten all about that, but thanks to you, I remember it now. You're right, it was around that time when I realized the master key was missing. And... well, I'm a security guard, sir. I couldn't just admit to losing the master key, could I? So I pretended to lock up his room, sir. You pretended? Yeah, I used my house key and made it look like I was locking up, sir. So in actuality, you never did relock the door, then? Well, I thought that maybe I could lock it after I found the key. Come to think of it, I guess the door still hasn't been locked properly. Okay then. Can I talk to you about that one? No. Okay, God, I love his animation so much. He's so gorgeous. Gumshoe's animation is not nearly as smooth as Edgeworth's. There's a few frames there that fuck up. That's not what I wanted to do. Gumshoe, I've forgotten what I meant to do. Don't make fun of him, Edgeworth. The victim's gun, it's the same one as mine. A tool used to protect lives, yet one that can also take lives away. Those who take a gun in hand wield a great responsibility. I hope you understand that. I don't really use my gun at all, sir. The only time I would use this baby is when I'm fighting a hot duel with a convict to look ultra cool. You were doing so well until that last bit. Well, you also use your gun when you feel the need to impress small children. I've noticed you do that. You like impressing small children by showing them your fucking gun. Mm. Mm. Can deduce things. Okay.
Eureka!
Something. Okay, fine. Um, um, fucking bugs. I hate someone because of bugs. Is there really nothing else that I can look at here? What would I be deducing yet? I don't know. Oh, I would be presenting that. Oh shit, I should be able to present the key to that too.
Eureka!
The contradiction here between reality and the evidence. If what Miss Bird has said is true, then why is this door locked tight? Huh? You know, you're right. Miss Bird, are you sure you didn't relock this door? I'm certain of it, sir. And I don't think Mr. Portsman noticed it himself, that I hadn't. Which means what, sir? It either means that he actually does have the key to his office, or that the door Miss Bird opened wasn't this one at all, but a completely different one. She opened a different door? But how can you prove that? There's an easy way to find out. All we need to do is... we need to examine the prints on the doorknob, the prints on the number plate. Ah, I didn't mean to click anything. It's not what I meant to do. Fuck. Didn't find any prints other than Maggie. Oh, he's so cute. Anyway, that's not what I meant to do. I meant the number plate. Okay. Then the doorknob. Okay, whatever. You know, just getting it wrong every time. And the prints on the doorknob will tell us everything. Hey, you, pal. Do us a favor and see what you can lift from this, okay? So, what did you find out? No need to be belligerent for such belligerent nostril-flaring detective. So, I have found only Mr. Portman's and his face prints on the doorknob. So only 2 people's footprints were found on this hole. That's pretty decisive. You lost it. Thinking logically, a certain other person's prints, it should be on the doorknob as well.
Take that!
Don't you find it odd that the prints of the person who unlocked this door are absent? You mean... Yes, the door that Miss Bird opened could not have been this one, but a different one. What have we here? What's this? Hey, it looks like a scrap of paper. I'll get it, sir. Let's see. Oh, there's something written on it. It looks like a note from the victim. Yeah, it's for Mr. Portman. I brought the 3 pieces of evidence by, just like we talked about on the phone, but it looks like you're out. Guess I'll catch up with you later. What's this? Oh, what are you looking at, sir? Oh, hey! How about a game? That's okay, Detective. I just found the position of this hoop a little off. Huh? You're right, sir. Guess it shifted when someone made a seriously sweet slam dunk. The positioning of this hoop is definitely unnatural. I better take note of this. I love that sound effect. Poking around in this hallway has actually paid off quite handsomely. Huh? How, sir? In a variety of different ways. I think it's time we had a little chat. But the real culprit of this case. You know who the killer is? Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. As long as my logic is sound, then yes. The mastermind behind this murder is none other than Mr. Portsman. What? Mr. Portsman? I knew it! That's exactly what my logic senses were telling me to. I suspected it was him from the instant he accused Maggie of being the killer, sir. That is anything but logical. Lady and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Come what may, it's time to knock on truth's door. Mr. Portsman, I've finished processing the bloody letters, sir. Oh, right. Let's take a gander at this. Pause it here. Okay, looking good. You there, take care of this. Well, if it isn't Detective Gumshoe. Handle a line for you, Portsman. We've got you now. Call off your dog, Mr. Edgeworth. Is this some kind of joke? It's no joke. You know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are... We know, Mr. Jacques Portsman, that you are the guilty party in this case. You must be pretty upset getting chased out of your own room. I know too. So I guess you can say, if you promise to stay out of our way, you intend to hide your crime under the guise of a prosecutor doing his job. I can see right through the unsightly paper-thin mask you wear under your cowl. Who would have ever thought it would come to this? Actually, come to think of it, your mentor was Manfred von Karma, right? A legendary prosecutor who never lost a single case for 40 long years. There was always this incessant chatter about forged evidence with that guy. Really teaches me that I've got to stay on the lookout for false accusations, you know? Are you done trying to play mind games with me because they don't work? The only thing you should be using that mouth of yours for is explaining yourself. Although that too will only dig your hole deeper. Either way, your game is up. Well, aren't we full of ourselves, even though you have yet to prove anything? I have no idea what sort of harebrained idea you have in your mind, but there's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. Besides, may I ask, do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Look, I feel bad doing this to you, but I've got work to do, so we're done here. Sorry, but we are not finished yet. Boy, you're stubborn. I suppose you're basing your accusations on something? I'll show you what I'm basing my accusations on with evidence. There's a mountain of evidence that points away from me being the culprit. How may I ask do you propose I unlocked your door and got in here? Key.
Objection!
I believe you were able to open my office door with the master key.
Objection!
Wait. Hold on for a sec. I never laid a finger on that key, as you already know. Precisely. You were able to open my door without lifting a single finger. Well, maybe you did, but only to direct. That's right, you use your finger to direct this person to open my door with the key.
Take that!
You had to ask Miss Bird to open your own office door for you, yes? Yeah, I kind of forgot my key at home. It happens a bit too often for my taste, you know. But the room you had Miss Bird open at that time was not your own, was it? Oh, what? You have quite the imagination. But why don't we ask the girl herself whose door she opened, shall we? I'm certain that it was Mr. Portsman's door, sir. I checked the number plate to make sure I was opening the right door, sir. See, Miss Bird backs up my story. Yet what if you had misled her to fool her into thinking what you wanted? And how do you suppose I did that? By switching the number plates on our doors, for example. That's right, they do slide out pretty easily. Furthermore, you then use one other thing to give a very strong impression that the door was opening, she was opening with yours and not in fact mine.
Take that!
What? The basketball hoop, sir? It's quite the peculiar fixture in any hallway, let alone a hallway in this building. Which is why it left an unusually strong impression on me. It's an object perfectly suited to sit just outside the office of a peculiar prosecutor. That's very true, sir, because there was a basketball hoop sitting there. I thought the door I was opening had to be Mr. Portman's. There were signs that the hoop had been moved to sit in front of my office, to be sure. I see. So that's how you throw suspicion on people. Thanks for the tip. But I think your conjecture is a little off the racetrack. Now you're just spouting nonsense. I had the girl open my office door. After that, I was in my room the entire time. You don't have a single reason to suspect me. So he intends to claim his innocence to the end, does he? I'm as pure and innocent as my jacket. And Miss Bird is as dirty and guilty as the jacket she wears. My jacket's not dirty. I'll have you know I washed it yesterday. Please calm down, for I intend to show who is the one truly covered in slime here. You're just running nonsense. After that, I was in my room the whole time.
Objection!
That was a lie. What are you talking about? How is that a lie? This is a note that the victim left for you, Mr. Portsman. A note? It was left on your door, or did you not notice? And right here it says, but you're out. You were not in your room when the victim came to call on you. So then, where were you, and what were you doing? Shall I explain it in full detail for you? You were busy snooping around in my room, the very room you and Miss Bird, had Miss Bird open for you. It's just nonsense. You have no evidence that I made the girl open your door for me. Oh, but I do. I have very decisive evidence. In a way. This is proof positive that you had Miss Bird open the door for you.
Take that!
I had your door dusted for prints. My door? What for? Come on, I bet you didn't find anything. You sure are good at wasting time. You're right, I didn't find anything. And definitely not Miss Bird's fingerprints. Her prints? Why do they have to do... What do they have to do with anything? Let's put it this way. If she really was the one who opened your door, then her prints should naturally be on the doorknob she touched. Furthermore, all the prints on my office door's knob have been wiped clean off. I can only assume it's because Miss Bird's fingerprints were on it. Because you think it's... Don't you think it's time you gave up your charade? Would you say charade? Charade. Yeah, you would say charade. We know you stole into my office with the intent of stealing something from me. And Detective Faith found you out. Possibly because he heard sounds coming from a room whose occupant was on leave. Mr. Portman, you killed Mr. Faith to silence him. And I had the misfortune to return when I did. You had to threaten me as you escaped. As I said, when you had the gun to my back, no one gets away with committing murder in my office.
And just what's so funny, pal?
Well, that look of stiff seriousness on your face is of this office's finest prosecutor, as he makes a huge mistake in accusing me of simply too much to bear. There's just nothing else like it in the world. What? Mr. Richworth just explained it all, and he even backed it up. You're the murderer. Stop trying to be slippery and just admit the crime already. And as I said earlier, it's just circumstantial, so full of conjecture. You say you checked my doorknob twice? Well, I can readily confess that I had wiped that doorknob down as well. I'm a bit obsessive compulsive, you see. I didn't want to touch a doorknob that you had touched, which is why I wiped the doorknob down as soon as I could after you opened the door. After that, it makes perfect sense that only Jim's and my own prints would be there.
You made that up just now, didn't you?
Furthermore, as for the note Jim left for me, do you know exactly when that was? For all we know, he could have left it there before I arrived at the office, like early evening, for example. Are you saying you failed to notice a note in your doorway? Hey, even geniuses fail at times. I was probably too preoccupied by work-related matters, although that's no excuse.
No, that's just a flat-out lie. There's no way you didn't notice a note that size.
But you can't prove that, can you?
Say something, Mr. Edgeworth. Back me up here, sir.
Ugh. Watson makes a good point. I can't prove that he didn't simply overlook it. Besides, I have an airtight alibi. Airtight, you say? I only just realised I had one as we were talking. I guess it would have been better for all of us if I had told you sooner. If memory serves, you came back to the office at around 2 AM, correct? And it was then that I had that unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. But at exactly that time, I was down in criminal affairs. Ask around, I'm sure the other detectives will corroborate my story. It's a perfect alibi. Do you really think it's that perfect? Like I said, I don't care. Ask around all you like, you'll see for yourself. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Sir, I'll go check his alibi, sir. Be right back. Well, an hour later, he's back. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I think we're in trouble. It's just like Mr. Portsmouth said. The guys down at Criminal Affairs said they saw him around 2 a.m. You see? All of the evidence points to him being the culprit. So there must be a contradictory point in his alibi somewhere. If memory serves, you came back to this office at around 2 a.m. And it was then that you had the unfortunate confrontation at gunpoint with the culprit. At exactly that time, I was down at Criminal Affairs.
Hold it!
Well, correct, it was around 2 a.m. Are you sure? It's really important to me that you're spot on with the time. I remember checking my watch then, and make no mistake, it was 2. Oh, giving testimony like a pro. Okay, so you came back to your office at 2.
Hold it!
It is as you say, however. Yes, however, you are the only one who claims to have bumped into the culprit. So tell me, did you see the person's face, or was it me who you saw? It was pitch black, so I couldn't see it.
Objection!
Oh, now come now. I'm sure you saw something. Try a little harder, why don't you? I'm beginning to feel like I'm the one being interrogated here. Oh, well, it doesn't matter if you remember or not. It only matters that you ran into the culprit.
Hold it!
So you paid the Criminal Affairs Department a visit? Yep, right after I left the prosecutor's building, I headed straight to the precinct.
Hold it!
Well, I did go and ask around to confirm your testimony. And it was just as I said, right? Yes, a number of detectives said they saw you around that time. I see! I have the perfect alibi. That's the ace I had up my sleeve. Ugh. Possible he actually does have the perfect alibi. What's wrong? Why the sudden look on your face? Can't you just say anything back, Mr. Edgeworth? I think we've reached the end of the line and it's time to get off this crazy train. You there? Please escort the young lady out, but remember, be gentle. Maggie! Detective Gumshoe? Is there nothing I can do? There must be a way to turn the situation around. If only I had a clue. Did I miss something that can help me cast doubt on his alibi? Could not have been Miss Portman, then who could it have been? I need to calmly think this through one more time and use some logic. Files on Detective Portman's alibi. Trudeau I met could not have been Mr. Portman, and who could it have been? Other than the victim's gun, that I found. Could there have been another gun in play here? The culprit rearranged my files twice. Once before and once after the minor lie, implying that there was 2 people in here that night. That's what I think. So would it be those 2 together then? Because that's what I think. Because or These both imply that there was someone else here. He's the one who killed the guy with the gun. There were 2 bullets left at the scene of the crime. One that robbed Mr. Faith of his life, and one that nearly robbed me of my jacket. However, the murder weapon only shows signs of being fired once, meaning that it is entirely possible that a second gun was used in my office tonight. But seeing as how the killer had to steal Mr. Faith's gun, I doubt the killer had another gun up their sleeve. Therefore, the second gun could have been the property of an entirely different person, which could mean that there was another person who paid a visit to the office tonight. Yeah. And that explains why everything was rummaged around twice. Supposing there was yet another visitor tonight, that would also resolve the issue of why my shelves were upended twice. We know that the shelves were disturbed once before and once after the murder, so it shouldn't be much of a stretch to think that it was the work of 2 different people. Once by the person who stole the victim's gun and then killed him with it, and once again after the murder by our second culprit, who was the owner of the second gun. If we suppose that the second culprit's gun was the one that was pointed at my back,
Objection!
Mr. Portsman, it seems that I need to amend my assumption regarding this case. Great! So you finally come to your senses? Mr. Edgeworth? So what are you saying? This has been a big misunderstanding on my part from the start. I had assumed that the person I ran into was the killer, but that may not be the case. What do you mean? The person I ran into was just your average thief. A thief? So doesn't that cause some sort of contradiction in the facts? Not at all. It simply means that the killer was someone else. And it means that in actuality, 2 culprits stole into my office tonight. What do you mean, 2? It explains both why my shelves were disturbed twice and how there were 2 guns. Mr. Portsman tricked Miss Bird and gained entry into my office. Now you're just leading the argument. You just don't have any actual proof, you know. If you could please go along with my hypothetical scenario for now, Mr. Portsman. In the end, if you really are innocent, you should have nothing to worry about. Now then, returning to my scenario, Mr. Portsman was out to steal something from me, which is why he checked my secret safe and ransacked my shelves. This is the first time. So then, this would be when the files were put back in the wrong order, right? Correct. And then, just when he was about to look elsewhere, who should walk in but his own partner, Mr. Faith? But why did Mr. Faith come to your room, sir? He probably had business with Miss Portsman, which is why he was in the area. But that's when he noticed something coming from my office, would be my guess. Oh, because you were supposed to be away, right? He must have thought it was odd, so he came into your office to check it out. Correct. And as a detective, that was the right thing to do. But when he came in, he found his own partner standing there. Because it was Mr. Portsman, Mr. Faith probably let his guard down. But Mr. Portsman was not so merciful as to let him leave alive. He waited for a chance and stole Mr. Faith's gun from him, and then he killed him. He silenced Mr. Faith by catching him in the act of stealing. This was the moment in which the first shot was fired, and one that landed on my files. Following that, Mr. Portsman wiped the gun down and left it behind as he made his exit. He could afford to do that because he had just left the fake dying message behind.
You're such a complicated troublemaker, you know.
Well, if things were as simple as that, then all would be solved. However, there was yet another visitor in my room, and this is where it gets complicated. There was another
Visitor, sir?
Yes, and this other person's objective was also to steal something from me. But then, after Mr. Portsman left, even after Mr. Portsman left, the door of my office remained unlocked. However, this new visitor had no way of knowing that, and so they stole the master key from the security guard's room, and then entered my room and searched through the shelves. This was the second time they were disturbed, and it seems the thief found their prize.
The stolen zero file, right, sir?
Correct. Only just as the thief was about to leave with the file, I appeared. The thief then threatened me with their own gun and made their escape. The second bullet was fired during their brief encounter.
So, the shelves getting messed up twice and 2 bullets, it was all because 2 different people were doing those things at 2 different times.
Precisely. So, now do you see, Miss Portsman? The person I met wasn't just a thief, and was not in fact Mr. Faith's killer. Your alibi for the time frame in which I ran into the other person is now irrelevant, because we now know that the murder took place during the first culprit's visit.
What's so funny, pal?
Absolutely splendid! Your scenario explains everything.
Of course it does, it's Mr. Edgeworth after all.
But you know, it still doesn't change the fact that it's all circumstantial. Supposing if that, and that's a big if, your theory is right, it would indeed render my alibi, which has withstood scrutiny, mind you, irrelevant. There is still one defining point to your argument for which you have no evidence. Your suspicion that I was the first visitor.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't let him get away with that, sir.
But he's a point. I have absolutely no proof at this point. Don't say that, sir.
I don't believe this. Don't worry, Maggie, I'll do something if I must.
You know something. I find your attitude to be somewhat peculiar, Mr. Edgeworth. If the person you met really was a plain old thief, then why was the person not your main suspect? That is, if your theory is correct. That thief you ran into should be the real suspect, wouldn't you say? We should be out there looking for that thief right now. They might still be nearby. I hate to repeat myself, but I've already said I was training in my room. And when Jim came to deliver some evidence to me, I was down at Criminal Affairs. So I can't be expected to know what happened around here when I left. So you think we should be out there looking for the thief?
Of course! Now isn't the time to be having these dead-end discussions.
I don't think it's all dead-ended. I find your alibi to be fascinating. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. Actually, no, I wouldn't. Why not? That's elementary. The dying message, of course. Mr. Face Killer very clearly left those words on the spines of those files. And it was after they were there that the thief stole one of them. You mean the 0 file, right? And that's how I also know that the letters themselves were set up and not from Mr. Faith. If the thief was the killer, do you think they would try to undermine themselves? Maybe the killer just didn't think of that either. Yes, that must be it. Maybe.
Hold it!
Once escaped, I highly doubt a thief would linger nearby. Well, you never know. And maybe they didn't get what they were really after. Oh. You talk like you know quite a bit about this thief. It's nothing like that. I have no idea about anything after all.
Hold it!
But according to Mr. Faith's note, hold on, I thought we already cleared that up. Didn't we say that Jim left that note for me in the early evening? If you have proof that he left it at a different time, say just before he was murdered. I don't have any now. See, so I insist again that I was in my office the entire time.
Hold it!
Why didn't you go in with Mr. Faith? Ah, that's because he said he was tired and going to have a quick nap. You know, those sofas in the hallway, he likes to sleep on those. It's one of his habits. And what of the evidence he brought? There were things related to yesterday's case, just 2 items, a gun and a pendant. Interesting. Piece of testimony seems crucial to let slip through the cracks.
Hold it!
A gun and a pendant? Yes, this gun, which was the murder weapon, and this pendant, which belonged to the victim. And why were you taking them to criminal affairs? There was something in a past case I wanted to compare these two. And all of this has nothing to do with this case right now. Anyway, I believed you'll find the long paper trail I left to be to your satisfaction. This is all matching up with what Detective Gumshoe found out.
Hold it!
I can't expect you to know, can I? But yes, you can expect me to take a guess based on logical deductions. Oh, then let's see you deduce. Jim waited for me to leave and then sold the master key for the purpose of sneaking into your room, of course. And that's when Miss Bird caught him red-handed and murder occurred. It's all exactly as I had laid out earlier. I know he's lying. I know he was here at the scene of the crime. I just have to find a way to prove it. A way to prove that he was here at the scene of the crime. He brought me 2 items, a gun and a pendant that was related to yesterday's case. And some evidence from the wouldn't you say? The question is, which one do I present the evidence to? Two items, a gun and a pen. This has to be important. So, 3 pieces of evidence. Just like we talked about.
Objection!
Only 2 pieces. I believe the proper phrase here is you fail. Excuse me? You fail as a prosecutor, Mr. Portsman, as you intend to keep evidence hidden from me. What are you talking about? Well, here's a piece I think you should read carefully. Ah! It says Mr. Faith was bringing 3 pieces. Yes, and this is the victim's real dying message to you, Mr. Portman. I can't believe... you get tripped out by a simple arithmetic? Where is the missing piece of evidence? It's... You have it, don't you? Only the guilty would make such a face. Detective Gumshoe, you don't have to say so. I'll pat the guy down from head to toe. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is not part of the investigation, pal. So don't even think about stopping me. No! Hey, what's this? He had this on him, sir. Despite what you said, it would appear that you do have something to hide. Why would he hide something like that? There's only one reason why anyone would hide evidence of this caliber. Because it would unequivocally point to that person himself as the real killer. Let's examine the videotape in a little more detail for the section of the tape that will drive the last nail into the coffin. Okay, sorry. I dropped something. The KG8 incident. That's a police case number, sir. Does that mean this video is evidence from this case? Interesting. However, what's recorded on this isn't what's important right now. Let's give the casing a thorough once over. Ah! That's blood, isn't it? Yes, and I believe that is what the good prosecutor was trying to hide from us. This blood is still fresh. You mean this might be Detective Faith's blood? No, you've got it all wrong. And no amount of denial can save you. We have but to run a blood test to find the truth. To find out that you had received evidence from the victim earlier. Now you will tell us when and how did the victim's blood find its way into this video. Yeah, it's totally suspicious. Was it at the moment of his death? Did Detective Faith have this videotape on his person when you killed him? You know very well that's no way to prove that. Not even if we examine the tape for fingerprints? If I had to take a guess, I'd say that the only ones on here would belong to the murderous you and Mr. Faith. Ew, impossible. I'm... Oh, I've missed you. Breakdowns, I've missed you so much. Portman's been placed under arrest for the murder of Detective Buddy Faith, sir. Very good. And the results that we got back from the lab takes on the tape turned out to be real solid, sir. Blood work came back and it was definitely Mr. Faith's blood on there. And as a bonus, they were able to lift a few of Mr. Faith's fingerprints as well. Thank you so very much, Mr. Edgeworth. I still can't believe I got to see your cool deduction skills outside the courtroom. I'm impressed beyond words, sir. It was nothing. I'm sorry you got caught up in the murder in my office. Please accept my apologies. Oh, it was nothing, really, compared to what I've been through, I mean. I consider myself lucky that it was only a burglary and murder this time, sir. If I hadn't been a hold-up or a hostage situation, I'd have thrown my hands up in the air. I think it's finally rising up from a goddess of misfortune to just an unlucky person. Something tells me we should have hired a different person for security detail. You know, something, sir, that Mr. Portman's really just one corrupt prosecutor. And why would you say he was corrupt? Well, I heard that there were a number of suspicious things related to his court cases. There's like rumors about some evidence he uses is forged, sir. Forged evidence, huh? And they say he even decided not to prosecute a few cases for some really vague reasons. Ooh, this guy's a complete disgrace to the entire profession. We never did get around to asking what his reason was for breaking into my office. Yeah, whenever we got near that topic, he just climbed up. Although, I can be pretty certain that it was to steal something. This is just between you and me, sir, but there's a rumor about some sort of huge organization is involved behind the scenes. Oh, well. With Mr. Portman not willing to divulge anything, it certainly leads credence to that rumor. It would seem that we haven't heard the last of this. Huh? Then Mr. Portman isn't the bad guy? I didn't say that, but rather that there are still many more mysteries for us to solve. For example, we still haven't figured out the significance of this piece of evidence.
Take that!
The person who saw this file. The other villain of the night. I don't know why I'm sneezing so much today. Yeah, I wonder who it was. And what happened to the stolen pages? I wonder. Who in the world was it that held me up at gunpoint? Mr. Edgeworth, sir? Yes. I came across this while I was processing your office earlier, sir. His card. Oh, what is it, sir? Is that a bird or something on it? It's not just any bird. It's the mark of the raven. A three-legged raven. Even you know what this is, Detective. Oh, it's about the thing, isn't it? That great thief everyone talking about? Yes, it is the mark of the great thief. Yatagarasu. Yatagarasu. That's a cool name. Under the mark of a legendary bird, the Yatagarasu is noble to the end. A modern Robin Hood. Labelled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatagarasu appears and vanishes at will. Though we don't know much about the thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatagarasu likes to find and make public evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. The theft is always performed in silence and always with perfection. Once a target is chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement is sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation is infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found is sent out to the mass media, along with this single card. Although it has been a while since the Yatagarasu last appearance. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, look, something's written on the back. What? Let me see. the location of where the thief put the stolen files. So the person who stole the contents of the file was the Yatagarasu organization. Quite a few key words popping up in this mystery. The murder in my office. The return of the great thief Yatagarasu. Looking back, I can't say I didn't see these events coming, for they were heralded by the incidents that began to occur 2 days ago. Ooh, mysterious. Mysterious. Yay! Oh, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm enjoying myself again. Yay! Oh, stretchy, stretchy. Okay. Okay, yay! I think I have time to do 1.5 more. It's only been 3 hours. So depending on how long the next bit will take us, we'll do that. This is gonna be 4 parts, so depending on how much I fuck around. I think I'm gonna get a little bit of water, get a bit of food, then we'll come back and continue this so I don't have to stop in the middle of doing casework. So, give me a minute. I forgot. I forgot to loop my music, so I'm sorry I had you sitting in silence for a little there. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Hi, Francisco. Hi. The murder that occurred in my office. The return of the great thief Yester Verasu. Thinking back, everything began that fateful day 2 days ago. Yes, everything began 9,000 feet in the air. Sorry, I'm eating. When I was doing this test, my big question was, how the fuck is there an elevator on an airplane? I'm not sure. I'm sure that would be a logistical nightmare. Though I'm sure it's a great feat of engineering. Okay. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Nom 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 nom. God, I love that animation so much. Why do I feel like I just woke up from a horrible nightmare? A feeling I know well. 6:13, huh? Guess I was out cold for about 10 minutes, huh? Slight turbulence indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing slight turbulence. For your safety, I ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. I suppose turbulence is to be expected on a flight. Though, admittedly, I'm less than comfortable with anything resembling earthquakes. Huh. What's this? A travel wallet? But it's not mine. How did someone else's wallet wind up in my pocket? Yeah, you guys! Yeah, we got a pilot in the house, bro. So can you tell me, how different is an airplane that has 2 stories and an elevator? Do you think they're harder to fly? Do you think... Or do you think it just means that, they need to be more powerful to get off the ground? My head. Why won't the headache go away? I'll take care of this travel wallet later, or hand it off to an attendant. From earthquake like turbulence to an elevator. I love him. What am I doing hesitating like this? Actually, I know full well why I hesitated. It was when I was still a young child. I was caught up in a murder that happened in an elevator. It's pretty different on the outside. They definitely need more power to get off the ground. Yeah, I think so. Because, like, the Like, even, like, the elevator alone would probably make it a lot heavier than most things, but also considering all the fucking decoration and just how huge this airplane is. But how long am I going to let my past haunt me? It's just an elevator. I'm a grown man now. I need to behave like one. Well, but I'm never going into an elevator again. Oh, what in the world happened? Is something wrong, sir? I must ask that you please return to your seat. He's dead. Please calm down. We mustn't jump to conclusions without all the facts. What's wrong? Did something happen? You murderer! No, you have it all wrong. It wasn't me. You sound like Phoenix Wright right now. You've been watching videos about pilots flying these planes. Should they handle really nicely? Well, I'm glad they handle nicely. Like, look at this fucking hallway! That's huge! That's fucking huge! This plane is fucking ginormous. Everyone, I am sorry to interrupt, but I have an important announcement. I am one of the flight attendants today. Rhoda Tenero. Tenero. Unfortunately, we have just had a minor accident on this flight. Accident? Don't treat us like we're stupid. We got a glimpse of that it was a murder. What a murder? What's all going on with this flight? Why do you have so much fucking alcohol with you? Everyone, please calm down. There's no reason to panic. This flight will stay on course and make its scheduled landing. We are still currently in the middle of a rough patch of turbulence. So until we are out of the area of turbulence, I ask that you please remain seated. But someone was killed, right? I mean, what about the killer? Let him off! Please, this is no time to feel threatened. We have already apprehended the culprit. Edward had 2 nickels for every time he saw a dead body. Oh. Oh. When will he ever be free of the pains of an elevator? Never. He'll take the stairs for the rest of his life. I ask that everyone please remain calm. What the heck is he talking about? Why should we remain calm? My name is Miles Edgeworth. I'm a prosecutor, and I assure you I am not the killer. Ha! Being a prosecutor doesn't make you incapable of murder, buddy. Now you listen here. I am not the killer. I simply found the body. Brought his own chest set along, did he? Missing a certain man. Murder happens on every Ty. What kind of flights are you running there, mate? What kind of flights are you running there, mate? It's a huge steak. It's also a fucking huge parfait. I don't know how anyone's finishing all that food. You say, however. Ask the other pilots. But you're a pilot. You should know these things. I'm sure you are the perpetrator of this crime. I swear on my honor as a professional flight attendant. Oh, is that right? I know what I saw. And there's even very strong incriminating evidence to back me up. What kind of incriminating evidence is she talking about? We already alerted the proper authorities at our destination. Until we land, you will remain in our custody by the powers vested in our captain. I'm very sorry, but please understand our situation. Your situation? I'm more concerned with mine and the direction it's going in. I'm not about to just sit idly by while I'm accused of murder. Miss Tenero, was it? Yes. I was wondering if you might give me a chance. Why do I keep sneezing today? My room is no more or less dusty than it usually is, so what the fuck is different? A chance? To do what? A chance to plead my case, and a chance to ask what you meant by incriminating evidence just now. To accuse a passenger of such a grave crime without allowing him a proper defense. Can the professional flight attendant inside of you really call this action righteous? You have a point. Very well, I'll listen to what you have to say. But be wary of what you reveal. I'm afraid that you'll only look even more suspicious if your explanation fails to satisfy. Also, I do not have time to deal with you all day, so please make it quick. Of course, as you wish. Good. Very well then, let's get started. I know for a fact that I didn't kill that man in the elevator. What do I know? What I don't know is what sort of evidence she has up her sleeve, but I'm certain it doesn't fit with how the crime really occurred. I swear to tell the whole truth as a professional flight attendant. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Redworth, I am certain that you are the killer. The scene I was in front of the elevator. It was you standing there with blood dripping from the murder weapon. So, if you would please cooperate, we'll turn you over just as soon as we land. That's it. That's our evidence. I don't think you could ask for a more perfect witness testimony. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Edgeworth? Not really. It's hardly perfect when there's a gaping hole in it. It wasn't blood, though.
Objection!
Miss Tenero! Why are you yelling all of a sudden? A force of habit. Well, it doesn't matter. Miss Tenero, you say you saw the murder weapon dripping with blood, is that correct? Yes! All that blood. Drip, drip, drip. Just recalling the scene sends a chill down my spine. Sorry, but your so-called professional flight attendant training's failed you. What? I'd like you to direct your attention to this. Do you know what this is? It's a travel wallet, right? But it looks a little big and bulky. The thing you saw me holding when I discovered the dead body in the elevator was this very travel wallet, Mr. Miller. What? Impossible? Now then, do you still think I'm the killer? That I killed him with a travel wallet? But her hair bun is a square. It makes her look like a business. I really like her. She's really pretty. I saw blood dripping from the wallet. I know I did. As you can see, this wallet is clearly stained. But if you would be so kind as to take a whiff, I think you would agree it's only grape juice. Then... Oh, that's right. You mistook grape juice for blood. The murder weapon dripping with blood does not, in fact, exist. No! There. That should clear up the pesky accusation. Wait just a sec. That's it! I mean, even a wallet could be deadly if it was wrapped around something heavy. I demand that you show me what's inside, please. She's trembling and tacked on the please at the end. It sounds like I've got her. There's no need to look inside. Even you can tell from its appearance that it's light. No, I can't be sure of anything until I see the contents of the wallet myself. She's a persistent one. I suppose we have no choice but to see what's inside. Mr. Nero, if you would be so kind as to open the wallet and check its contents for me. All right. I usually don't pry into passengers' belongings, but we have no choice here. Seems that this passport is all that's in here. As you saw, there is nothing but a passport inside. This renders your wallet as the murder weapon argument moot. Wouldn't you agree? Please hear me out, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it now? Well, I was wondering, whose passport is it exactly? Can I take a look? Why not? I'm rather curious myself. This is... It's just as I thought. This travel wallet belonged to Mr. Ackby Hicks, which makes it the victim's property. You stole the victim's wallet, didn't you? How dare you? You said it yourself. You claimed to be holding this wallet in your hands when I found you. Perhaps I did misconstrue the wallet as a murder weapon, but it seems that I wasn't wrong about who the culprit is. As you claim, the murder weapon is not the travel wallet. However, it is something you stole from Mr. Hicks after you were done with the vile deed. I find it hard to believe myself, but your motive was very simple. You were out to steal Mr. Hicks' money, weren't you? So even though I didn't have the murder weapon on me, you still suspect me, I say. You stood up at the crime scene with the victim's wallet in your hands. How can I turn a blind eye and not suspect you of foul play? Grape juice stains the outer cover. True, it was I who dropped it in the juice. However, I didn't do it out of ill intention. Wait, the crime scene is covered in
Objection!
I wonder if I might get a word in, Mr. Nero. What is it now? Mr. Nero, I wonder if you noticed the contradiction within your own testimony. What are you talking about? It's simply impossible that the motive for this murder was monetary theft. One glance at the crime scene should have told you that. Show the money spread around. Look at all this money.
Take that!
If I may direct your attention to the things strewn about all over the floor. That's right. The floor is covered in bills and coinage. By your rationale, these were the very things the killer was after. I think we can assume that the wallet fell during the victim's struggle with his killer. And I would think that the killer would have noticed something like money scattering everywhere. Furthermore, as you can see, there is no effort made by the killer to gather the money. But the wallet...
Objection!
Ah, yes, the wallet. You will also recall that the only thing in it was Mr. Hicks' passport. If you are really insisting that it was a crime based on greed, then you're claiming it was all for an empty travel wallet. Forgive me, please! heck? Are you saying the attendant's wrong? So the guy isn't the killer? Don't believe it, everyone. It's a trick. Will you all please be quiet? Mr. Nero. Yes. You lost your cool when you saw the dead body. Plus, the lounge was dark, and looking into the light from the elevator, it's easy to see how you mistook the wallet in my hand for the murder weapon. I take no offense, but that you thought it was that you thought that I was the killer. Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you for releasing me. What is it now? Mr. Nero, if you could please translate, I'd be much obliged. It sounds like Borginian, but I don't understand any of it. There's another attendant of the flight who... I said that he is giving the roundabout. I don't require an interpreter. I speak English just well, see. You, attendant. Yes, sir. I want this person to be under arrest until we arrive at the airport. I'm sorry, sir, but what exactly are you hoping for? What is it you want? I am finished talking to the likes of you. Please, I would like to hear why you would like me to be held under arrest until we land. You dare try to waste my time. You were the one who stuck your nose into my affairs. I wanted to spend even at least one more second with my precious art. I have no time for other things. I know what you are, I see through. Insolvent. Yes, I am pretty sure that's how you say it in English. Well, I would hope that I'm not monetarily bankrupt, but I don't think that's what you meant. I'm sorry, but I don't think I caught your name. I am Zinklam LeBlanc II. I am a very wealthy man in Borginia. But I am not an ordinary rich man. I am an art dealer. I sell rich. I'm a rich seller of beauty. Mr. LeBlanc, what did you mean just now? Pardon. When you said that Mr. Edgeworth was giving me the roundabout? I have to explain. Unbelievable. I will say it once and only once. I do not have a second to waste. Time is money, as I say. Yes, and yet you continue to blubber on. I say it, yes, I did. I say the victim go onto the elevator, going down to the lounge. It was exactly 6 o'clock. And what's the significance of that time? At 6, he says. Wait, you saw him at 6? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? He understands, I see. Miss Attendant, what time did you discover the body? Well, it was a little after the patch of turbulence, so I would say 6:15. Hicks was his name, was it? Then I'd say that man Hicks was killed in the 15-minute time span. Well, the only person in the lounge at the time was the prosecutor, yes. Yeah, I was in my seat the whole time. Me too. I was watching the movie and enjoying my fine glass of grape juice. I was still eating. Still haven't finished, see? All the other passengers have an alibi. So you have no problem with them, I suppose. No complaint, I say. Not a single word against this ride. I have no way of discounting what you have put forth at this point, but it wasn't me. Oh, so you say, but do you have, what you say, the evidence? Mr. Ridgeworth, are you really the culprit after all? Mr. LeBlanc, I suppose you are quite certain in what you saw, enough to give testimony. Of course, I was looking at that man the whole time. He was playing with that annoying little thing, small machine the whole time. Machine. Yes, that's what you people call it in English, yes. It was making me crazy with the click, click, click. From that description, it sounds like some sort of small computer. I believe what Mr. LeBlanc is talking about is a cell phone. I have to say that I did see him playing with it quite a bit myself. A simple cell phone. A laptop or organizer I can see, but it's kind of low budget. I hate that noisy little machine in his hand. Not a fragment of beauty, not all it produces is ugly sounds. Anyway, I know what I saw. Miss Tanero. Yes. I was wondering if I might be granted permission to examine the crime scene. What? You want to examine the crime scene? If you would grant me a little measure of time, I'm sure I can produce the real culprit. I don't like the sound of that fox and the duck pen. Yes, I think that is how you say it in English. It's fox guarding the hen house, and I believe my innocence was proven earlier. And if I'm given the chance, I can clear up all the remaining doubts. Miss Tamaro, if you wait until we arrive, there is a good chance that some evidence will have been destroyed by then. I understand. Let me see what the captain has to say. Ha! This should not be approved. Please, Mr. LeBlanc. In an emergency, all decisions are to be made by the captain alone. Now, please wait here while I go ask the captain what to do. I'll be right back. You're not planning to erase evidence when you are doing the investigation, yes? Of course not. We'll see. Mr. Edgeworth, you have the captain's permission to investigate the crime scene. What? Unbelievable. I am in your debt, Miss Tanero. However, there is one condition. I am to supervise you. Can you agree to that? Of course, I see no problem with the stipulation. It's only natural as I am still a suspect in this case. Ugh. I will take full responsibility and will watch Mr. Edgeworth's every move. I hope this is reassurance enough that there will be no foul play. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, shall we proceed? If you should need my help with anything, please feel free to talk with me. It's time to head to the scene of the crime in the first floor lounge. Alright, let's go. God, I love the walking animation so much. I want to thank you for your help with that back there, Mr. Nero. It was nothing. You should thank the captain for granting you permission. And just so everything is perfectly clear, I still don't trust you. Your standing with me hasn't changed one iota. I see. I will bear that in mind. I received an order from the captain earlier. He wanted you to know that we reserve the right to stop your investigation if we feel you are not progressing. And when we do, he asks that you please return to your seat at that time. So my time runs out at his and his crew's discretion, does it? I have to find out a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's testimony before time's up. I understand. By the way, is there any place you can think of where the killer might hide on board? I don't think so. After every first-class passenger was accounted for at his or her seat, we made a thorough search of the plane. As for business and economy class, no one can move between the two classes and first class without a staff key card. And we found no record of a keycard being used at all, which means that I have a first-class killer on my hands. At least I know that much for sure. And one other thing. No one else has been allowed near the crime scene since the murder was discovered either. Now then, let's get started. Yes, where should we start from? Let's start with Mr. LeBlanc's statements. The crime occurred around 6 AM and 6:15 AM. During that interval, the only person in the lounge was myself, which would make me the prime suspect. However, since I did not kill Mr. Hicks, it means that the killer was around somewhere. If we were to believe that what you say is true, then yes. The first order of business will be to gather information to win your trust. What floors does this elevator service? Only the first and second, although it can also go down to the cargo hold. However, that requires a flight crew key card. So the only floors accessible to the passengers are the first and second. I doubt anyone was expecting to find a dead body in an elevator on this flight. So Mr. Hicks, he's really dead. Yes. She's trembling, although I can't fault her for that when there's a corpse right there. Mr. Hicks, if you are really dead, then please answer yes. I see she's over the trembling now, although a new symptom seems to have appeared. Anyway, I should focus on the victim's body. Let's see. There's blood on the back of Mr. Hicks's head. Could that be the cause of death? He appears to have been struck very hard. Even his glasses are broken. I wonder what was hanging around the lanyard. Something's missing from this picture. Now, if I could just put my finger on it. What's this sinister-looking figure on the floor here? Oh, that's a piggy bank for our company mascot, Captain Ugo. It's just one of the many pieces of merchandise we sell in our in-flight shop. This bank is a limited edition and is so popular that we're down to our last one. You have an in-flight shop? Yes, it's just beyond the lounge to the right. The shutter to the store is closed at the moment, but it was open the whole flight and up until Mr. Hicks's body was discovered. There's blood on here. Could this have been the murder? Money strewn all over the floor on the elevator. I would guess it was all in Mr. Hicks's wallet at some point. There's something sticking out of his pocket. Oh, we won't mind if I take a look at what's inside. It's a picture. It looks like it was taken inside a building somewhere. Ugh. How to deduce things? Okay, I know. Mr. Hicks's machine is nowhere to be found. His machine? His cell phone, Miss Tenero. Ah, so I guess because it's not here, Yes, I think we can safely deduce that the killer took it. Was there still more to find in here? Jesus. Your shoes. There's no grape juice residue on the sole of his shoes, making it highly likely that Mr. Hicks entered this elevator after the turbulence. After the turbulence? Unlikely. Okay. There's some spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. I assume it was spilled during the turbulence. Oh, we must clean this up, or someone might get hurt. Aha! Oh, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I found some very important evidence.
Take that!
What is it? They're a little smudged, but I think we can both agree that these are a set of footprints. So, do you think... Yes, these belong to our killer. Oh, then maybe we should check the shoe size of everyone who passed past. I don't think that would be of any help to us. Unfortunately, the prints are too smudged, which will make it hard to get a definitive match. Oh, I see. The in-fly shop is just beyond these shutters, but we don't have permission to open them, so I'm afraid I must leave them closed. There must still be clues to be found here in this lounge. I must remain vigilant. Glasses and candles thrown into disarray by the turbulence. It's been a while since I've seen this big of a mess. Terribly embarrassing, but I thought it was an earthquake for a second. And I frantically started to search for gas valves and to shut off. I guess the shaking of a plane was bad enough to mistake for a real earthquake. Not that I would know, since I was unconscious for most of it. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. This toppled over chair, yet another victim of the turbulence. No, look at the grape juice staining the back. No, it may not look it, but that chair is extremely valuable. It was. Yeah, it was used when the Rocker Pals came to tour this plane. The Rocker Pals leader sat on this very chair. I'm sorry, but what are these Rocker Pals? Can't believe you've never heard of them. They're all the rage. The Rocker Pals are an extremely popular international band. They added the pals part as they became more popular, especially among teens. Oh, that explains it. I'm not really one for the music of today. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe about them later. On second thought, I can already see how confusing the conversation would get. These container windows offer a glimpse of the sky, but these clouds, they tell me nothing. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're talking to the clouds. Is that so? And then tell me, what do you suppose I said to them? I don't know, but it looked like a rather one-sided conversation. The clouds, they tell me nothing. There are a few copies of Sky magazine in the magazine rack. This month's special is an English trivia quiz. That's not a bad idea. I've heard that the youth of today don't know a particle from a participle. Now, please don't go around confusing people with made-up words, Mr. Edgeworth. Who ever heard of such a silly word as participle? Case in point. in-flight itinerary. These bottles and glasses have been broken by the turbulence. There's quite a bit of broken glass here. Please be careful when you're passing through the area. Thank you very much for warning me, Mr. Edgeworth. However, no matter how kind you are towards me, know that it does not clear up any suspicions I have about you. I wasn't warning you for the sake of clearing my name. This door leads to the flight attendant's room, but please understand that it's off limits to unauthorized personnel. The room is giving off the scent of women's perfume. One would think the perfume would smell great, however to me it simply smells. Not that I have any interest in what lies behind this door, because I'm gay. Perhaps we should return to the investigation, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh no, my money! My precious money went flying. Well, that coin's gone forever. Who knows where it is now? Oh shit, it was one of my $1 coins. I'll find it later. Mr. Edgeworth? Sorry, I spaced out for a second there. I was thinking about beautiful men. Yeah, not my coins. So, miss, how you going? How are things? Good? Good. Anyway, come on. The blood is so fresh because it's full of murder weapon. Were they broken during the murder? You're not gonna know anything. Get ready to chill poison and listen to what I say. Okay. Then I guess we'll drink it up and... A statue with blood on it, laying next to the body of a man who was beaten to death. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I think I figured something out. Yes, what is it? The way the blood is on this, it looks like it matches up with the wound on his head. Well, aren't we deserving of the Master of the Obvious title? Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't you think that's worth the investigating? It would appear that the figurine is our murder weapon. Oh, I just knew it. I mean, I can't think of any other connection. Perhaps Master of the Obvious would be more befitting. Oblivious would be more befitting. The victim's body was found inside the elevator that connects to floor 1 and 2. What clues? I'll do that in a minute. I wanna look at this. There is some blood on one of the corners. Could this piggy bank be the murder weapon? It says Go You Airlines. You know, I've seen it occur a lot more recently, and it's been bothering me greatly. But why do some brands think it's acceptable to simply smash two words together and call it a day? I suppose this is where you insert your coins. I have to say, for a piggy bank, it's made rather well. So well, in fact, that I'm not sure there is a way to take the money out. Oh yeah. It doesn't really look like it, huh? It's adorable though. It's really fucking cute. Anyway, hold it. What clues point to where the killer could have been? Well, inside the True, there wasn't anyone else in the lounge other than myself right before the turbulence, but if the killer was in the elevator along with the victim, then that's a different story. If only I could prove that the killer rode the elevator because of the tracks. I have it. I'm sorry, I don't understand, Mr. Joyce. I can prove that someone other than myself was here around the time of the murder. What? Really? Yes, it's rather simple, actually. The proof is in the pudding, or rather, the grape juice in this case. These footsteps here confess to me this very fact. That someone exited the elevator alive. Seeing as how the victim is dead, that would mean a second person. But couldn't the footprints be from Mr. Hicks himself? But if you take a look at our victim's shoes, you can see the soles are spotless. Which means Mr. Hicks wasn't alone in the elevator. In fact, it's quite the opposite. There was actually one other person inside the elevator. What's going on over there? Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. Do you understand what I am saying? The movie is late. It's the same level of bad as this plane arrived late. The movie... What? I will not talk to you anymore. You are just wasting my time. What is the matter, Mr. LeBlanc? If there is no emergency, please return to your seat, sir. Do not tell me what to do. I need not to sit down. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, did you prove you are innocent yet? If you would like, I will prove my innocence to you right now. What nonsense. Are you saying my eyewitness testimony is mistaken? Not mistaken. Merely that there is room for doubt. I'd be most honored if you could please tell me what you saw in detail once more. Fine, suit yourself. I am certain that I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator. It was when the needles around my pocket watch pointed to 6 and 12. The body was discovered 15 minutes after that in the lounge, yes. Then you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal. Mr. LeBlanc's conclusions seem to make logical sense. After all, the only person in the lounge at the supposed time of the murder was me. So, my eyewitness testimony. If you think you can destroy it, then come, let me see. Harley, I do not look like a man who is having the time... Do I look like a man who is having the time to wait for you? Why is he so irritated? I'm the one accused of murder here. Anyway, I must find a way to discredit Mr. LeBlanc's account somehow and fast. Mr. Hicks entered the elevator. 6 o'clock, and the body was discovered 15 minutes after. And you, the only person in the lounge at that time, must be the criminal. Certainly has a lot of confidence in his testimony, which comes to shove. I need to press him for the information.
Hold it!
I assume the pocket watch in this case is... I assume the pocket watch in this case is the one you keep checking, is that correct? Oh, you noticed. It is a very expensive antique. I will have you know. The feeling is wonderful when I fully wind it up in my hand. It does look very well designed and quite classy. I will have to charge you if you want to touch it. That's quite alright. Let's continue with your testimony. What a cheap man you are. You now return to the time you wasted back to me. And if you must, I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator at 6 o'clock.
Hold it!
It's true that I found the victim's body at 6:15, and that's when I found the two of them as well. You'll see, it all matches my testimony.
Hold it!
Mr. LeBlanc, were you able to get a good look at the inside of the elevator at the time? Of course, I saw what was inside. And are you sure that the victim was in the elevator alone? Yes! The only person inside the elevator was Mr. Hicksman. That last outburst is a bit too important to let go.
Hold it!
Was he really alone? Of course. I will bet even on 1 cent. Perhaps a cheap ante for a cheap testimony. But if that's how you want to play, I will happily take your 1 cent.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc, what is it? There is a glaring contradiction in your testimony. What do you mean? Please, take a look at the area in front of the elevator. There is spilled grape juice. Yes, and will you admit that you spilled it with the blood? No, it spilled itself during the turbulence. But the interesting thing here is a set of grape juice footprints. Footprints? Yes, the ones that lead from within the elevator out to the lounge itself. It's evidence that proves that someone other than Mr. Hicks exited the elevator alive. Ugh. There must have been another person in the elevator with Mr. Hicks. Now then, I'm done playing games. Why don't you tell us the truth? Can you please translate for us? No way, that's totally impossible. I guess that's what he said. Okay, that's totally impossible. I know there was no other person in there. I saw it with my own eyes. If you want to know what I think, Mr. LeBlanc, I don't think Mr. LeBlanc is lying to us. I suppose she's right. He doesn't seem to be lying. But then, what does it mean? What about this contradiction? Mr. LeBlanc, please, just once more, will you recall the details of what you witnessed for me? I was really upset when Mr. Hicks passed by my seat. I was always checking the time over and over again. I happened to follow that man with my eyes when he passed by. And I saw clearly into the elevator he was entering, but I swear there was no one else inside. No one. Mr. LeBlanc, if you could please calm down. What dare you to have such an issue with my eyewitness testimony? No, not at all. Please, figured I'd said anything. Yet again, he doesn't appear to be lying, but I can't let this testimony stand as the truth. No, I want to press that.
Hold it!
Why were you so attentive of the time? Because something unforgivable was happening. Come to think of it, you were yelling about something unforgivable earlier. I was giving a complaint to the attendant about the movie starting time. Return back to my time in money. You understand the point? Movie. Is he talking about the in-flight one that's mentioned in the magazine? Summary of the plot and its start time. Interesting. We were supposed to show License to Love, Laugh, Name, Murder. I cannot see that movie in my country, and you can only see it on international flights. I looked forward greatly to that movie. I checked my pocket watch whenever possible, so I could not miss it. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came aboard. So my watch is not wrong. It matched the schedule. But the movie was still late. Very, very late.
Hold it!
Your pocket watch. I'd like to ask you a little more about it if that's alright. All times shown correspond to our departure time zone.
Hold it!
So this movie you mentioned is the one listed in the Sky magazine. Yes. I was so looking forward to watching License to Love, Meme, Laugh, Meme, and Murder. So, Miss Tenero, was the movie shown on this flight? Yes, it was shown at the scheduled time. Isn't it possible you simply slept through it by accident? Nonsense, you doubt me? No. Now stop pointing at me like that. Odd. How did he miss the movie he was clearly hoping to see? I checked my pocket watch a great number of times. That much I know for sure.
Objection!
Mr. LeBlanc, you said this just now in your testimony. I even set my pocket watch to the destination time when I came aboard. Now, if your watch has been set to our destination's time zone, it would mean that your watch is displaying the time of our destination. Yes, and the correct time is worth its 6 cents. I would like you to take a look at this. If you believe this Sky magazine, clocks on this flight run in accordance with the time of our departure time zone. Of course, the movie schedule was also created with that in mind. Miss Tenero is, for confirmation's sake, what time zone is this flight aligned to right now? Well, we made a short stop at a transfer point. That's right. It was in the small Asian country, the Republic of Jinfa. But we didn't readjust our onboard clocks at that time. So right now we're still running on Borginian time. What? The time difference between Borginia and our destination is 9 hours. In that case, it's only natural that your watch would be out of sync with the schedule. Further, with your analog watch set to our destination's time, it would appear that you to be running 3 hours fast when compared to the flight's onboard clocks. It also changes everything about your testimony, and you can bet 1,000,000 cents on that. In light of this information, it means that you saw Mr. Hicks 3 hours prior at 3 AM. This should clear up all the remaining accusations. So, this basically widens the time frame for the time of death, right? Yes, because Mr. LeBlanc saw the victim enter the elevator at 3 a.m., it means that the time of death could be anywhere from 3 to 6:15. The question now is, where was Mr. Hicks during the span of time, and what was he doing? I've got something to say. You are? Yeah, oh, I'm Cammy Meal. I'm a flight attendant. And what is it you wish to say? Well, I think your story is a little different from how I remember it. What do you mean, Cammy? I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 a.m., you know. What? How can you be so sure of the time? Oh, that's right. He pushed his call button while we were parked at the transfer point. The stop we made for refueling and cargo transfer in Genfar, correct? Yes, it was from 5 to 4 a.m. according to our clocks. And during that time, did any of the passengers leave, or did any new ones board this flight? No. Not a single person got off or on in Jiangfa. What about the flight crew? The few who were handling the cargo transfer might have temporarily gotten on and off. But eventually, everyone, including Cammy and myself, came back on the plane. I can't be a British hater. People think I'm British. Also, you know, I love me some good baked beans on toast. That shit's great. It's been years since I've eaten that shit. I should buy baked beans again. You like the girl on the very left, Cammy? Yeah, I can imagine she's lots of people's type. Not mine, but I can imagine the person who likes her. For a reason you won't say, yeah. We can all imagine. So basically, I can assume that no one left or got on since our initial takeoff. Interesting. I should keep that in mind. Yeah, and I answered his call. I can tell you Mr. Ackby Hicks was there in his seat when we took off again at 5 a.m. Alright, then that puts the time of murder between 6 and 5:15 a.m. Okay, now what time did you come down to lounge, Mr. Edgeworth? I remember coming down here almost as soon as we left the Republic of Genfar. You were here the whole time from 5 years. Then you are the one who could be the killer. Mr. Edgeworth, were you really in the lounge the entire time from 5 onwards? Unfortunately, yes. But then, how do you explain the footprints? It was not obvious. This man waited for Mr. Hicks here in the lounge, waited to kill him, and then he put the corpse in the elevator. That is when the turbulence happened. My eyewitness testimony may have been mistaken, but what time I saw Mr. Hicks enter the elevator on the 2nd floor does not matter, because the entire incident concluded here in this lounge. Everything happened in this lounge. Is that what you really believe, Mr. LeBlanc? Do you have another idea? I simply feel that there is something out of place in the scenario you presented. Is there something that can tie this crime in a location other than the lounge?
Take that!
These footprints, in which direction do you think these are headed? that would be the in-flight shop. Correct. They were headed in the direction of the shop, but they looked disconnected. They end all of a sudden. You were right to point out they do not form one continuous train to the shop. However, there is another piece of evidence that connects the shop to our crime scene.
Take that!
The murder weapon, this little piggy bank, is sold at the in-flight shop. It is sold there and only there, and it is not displayed here in the lounge. Now then, how then did it find its way here? Did you find that a tiny bit suspicious? Bye Ty! Bye Ty! You have fun too, bye bye! What a trivial point. It only means you prepared it, taking it from the shop first before coming here. It does not prove that you are innocent at all. Hi, Moopai. Did you have a nappy nap? Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Good morning. Ah, well, hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. Good afternoon, Moopai. Hi, Moopai. I miss you. Oh, can't believe you'd say BRB to me. You know I hate that. You know it's the worst thing in the world, right? Anyway, is there no way to win with this man? If I may, what is it? You see, well, it's just as Miss Redworth says. Oh, and why do you know this so well? Well, it's just that piggy bank was there in the shop. I saw it with my own eyes. And when was this? It was maybe around 5:40 p.m. Isn't that just before we hit that patch of turbulence? That's right. You were in the shop before the turbulence. Yes, I was. Come to think of it, Miss Tenero, when I found the body, I believe you came out of that door. Yes, I did. And what is beyond that door? That's the flight attendant's room. Then, you were on the first floor. Yes. I had to do something at the shop and in the flight attendant's room. So I went to the shop first and then to the flight attendant's room. Are you saying you passed by me at some point? Yeah, you seemed really into the issue of Sky magazine you were reading at the time. I don't suppose you noticed me by walking by. I vaguely recall someone walking by, but I didn't take notice of who it was. Anyway, the piggy bank was definitely there at the shop when I went there. Why did you go to the shop in the first place? I went there for a work-related matter. Work, you say? Yes, the upkeep of the shop is also one of my responsibilities. Why did you not say anything about this until now? What I want to know. In any case, I believe it's clear that the shop needs to be investigated as well. Shall we head there then? What is it now? Aren't you forgetting something, Miss Rhoda? Oh, don't you need the captain's permission to check the shop? No, I haven't forgotten. But I have already asked him for permission to search the entire plane. So I think we're alright. Huh? That's weird. What is? Well, I just talked with the captaincy, and he said he didn't give you permission to do anything like that at all. What is the meaning of this, Miss Tenero? It means she's lying. Go on, admit that you are. You said you had permission to search all over, but you didn't. And yet here you are. You, vice attendant, what are you trying to do? Pull the sheep over us. The captain's calling for you, Miss Rhoda. Oh, but don't worry. I already got permission to search the shop from the captain. See, unlike you, I do things the right way. Miss Tenero, why would you do such a thing? Please excuse me. Looks like I get to be in charge now. Please go back to your seat, Mr. LeBlanc. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you would follow me, I will be your guide from now on. There's something about Miss Tenero that has piqued my curiosity. But right now, investigating the in-flight shop is my top priority. Alright. So this is the in-flight shop. It's quite a mess here. You think? Guess I'll have to clean things up then? Hold on! You can't clean up a potential crime scene. Oh, thank goodness. I hate cleaning so much. I mustn't rush things here. I must remain cool, calm, and collected. Because the piggy bank was left at the crime scene. There is a very good chance that the killer had paid this place a visit. Inside the display case is a roll of lifesavers. There's a roll of lifesavers and life vests for sale. We sell lots of those when there's some kind of accident or something. Some people buy them even when nothing's going on. How about Mr. Edgeworth? Care to buy one? I sense that this shop is one shopper away from being sued. Stuffed toys like this, like the one Miss Mealy is holding. Neil is holding on display. They're relatively cheap, which explains why they're displayed so haphazardly. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? You know you want one too. They're great for when you're stressed. How do I envision stuffed animal abuse when she says that? The glass from the display case is shattered all over the floor. And it looks like there's something on display inside. There's nothing on display inside either. Wait, I actually think there is something. What's this? A mini captain's hat? These fucking ugly things. What are these? Oh, those are us company's completely original line of suitcases. They're practically flying out the door. That's how popular they are. You should buy one. See how you like it. You won't regret it. Perhaps that's how things work on this flight, but in the real world, you try, you try, then you buy. No way! But either way, it doesn't really matter. True, either way, why would anyone buy a suitcase after they've boarded the plane? Anyway, see that? Just look at the Captain Ugo. Ugo's head's painted on there. Cute company mascot, isn't he? Painted on with a lot of care. Doesn't he look like he's about to jump out of me? It's certainly making something jump out of my stomach. I guess there's no fooling your refined taste. You look like you wanted to get one. And I thought I was going to finally make my first sale, but you saw right through it. Glad that's done though. Never make me try to give you a sales pitch ever again, okay? But I never showed any interest in it to begin with. It really is pretty horrible, isn't it? You want to know something? The suitcase was designed by Miss Rhoda. Miss Tenero designed this. Yeah, it was a company-wide contest. Well, it does have a very sharp design sense. Sharp? Like stinky sharp cheddar, maybe. I really have no idea why the bigwigs decided to go with it. It's so bleh. Miss Tenero designed this, did she? It's definitely not what I would expect. You okay? I'm fine. Please watch yourself, Miss Mallet. The suitcase roll freely around has got to be a safety violation. Here, I'll put it back. Alright.
Little hat.
The hat probably used to be on the piggy bank's head. Let's give it a go and see. I believe this piggy bank was forcibly removed from this display case. Does this mean the killer broke the glass to get it out? Really? I don't tell me you don't know what things go where in the shop. Well, I don't. Miss Rhoda's in charge of this place. So come on, how should I know anything? I suppose a further inspection of this display case is needed indeed. The glass in the store is broken. Perhaps it was the killer who broke it in order to get it. But it's a bit odd that the inside of the case is so devoid of glass shards. What is it? I touched the glass and cut my finger. It hurts, Mr. Edgeworth. It hurts. Please tell me you can deal with such a minor cut on your own. There is definitely something very unusual about this. About what? If the killer had broken the glass to get the Captain Ugo bank, there should be shards of glass inside the case itself. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess it'd be like that. However, there's not a single piece of glass inside the display case. Nope, no, there isn't, which means that the glass was broken from the inside out. The piggy bank must have fallen out from the turbulence and right through the glass. Yeah, that's for sure. There's so much glass all over the floor. I'm willing to bet that this hat was knocked off its head at that time too. That's nice. Which leads me to believe that the killer took Captain Ugo bank from here after the turbulence. And take your power naps on your own time, Miss Mealy, and listen to what I'm talking. But the murder occurred before the turbulence, which rules out the piggy bank. Which rules the piggy bank out of the murder weapon. So, you mean the bank's not the real murder weapon? It's a fake? Yes, at this point, that is a very real possibility. But what if when the killer went to take Captain Ego, they broke the glass by accident? The display case is locked, so that is highly unlikely. Yeah, there's one person who could have. Oh, and who would that be? Miss Rhoda, of course. I mean, she's the one in charge of this place, so she has the keys to everything. Miss Rhoda Tenero, huh? Cut my finger on those bad pieces of glass. I don't blame the glass for something you did to yourself. Just be more careful. Same to you. You were the one walking all over broken glass. Sure you're okay? I'm fine. Any glass I walk on, I crush like this. That's nice. Please be careful around the display case, okay? Wouldn't want you to get hurt. Compared to the glass around my feet, the inside of the case is nothing to be afraid of. After all, no glass fragments appear to have ended up inside. And I guess even you can tidy the case right. Perish the thought. Yes, there's definitely something wrong here. What's with the sudden yelling? Tell me, Miss Mealy, don't you think there's something strange about these suitcases? Oh, well, sure. It totally ooze strange, like the color and such. That's not what I'm talking about. Now pay attention. You're scaring me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. These suitcases are lined up a bit too prim and proper. Yeah, they took a bit... They look a bit uptight, don't they? I guess they take after their creator. Again, that's not what I meant, Miss Mealy. Don't you find it unusual that these cases are the only things undisturbed by the turbulence? Never mind, I'd sooner find an answer by inspecting these suitcases myself. Upon closer inspection, they really are quite hideous. I wonder how Miss Rhoda would have reacted if she'd have heard what you just said. What's wrong? She makes a good point. It would be wise of me to watch what I say out loud. What's this? I spotted something that's not quite right. What's so unusual about the suitcase? There's no fucking stopper, and also this is red as hell.
Take that!
There's something very peculiar about these wheels. Huh? As in, there is no stoppers in place for this one. Without stoppers, no one would think that the turbulence would happen fine. And so, it's very likely that the suitcase was placed here after they hit that turbulence. Let's take a closer look at it, shall we? Zoom in with you. What's this? The wheel is completely covered in something. The colour in the centre appears to be the substance in question is grape juice, but why would there be juice on the wheel of a suitcase? It would appear to be unlocked. Let's take a look and see what's inside. Piece of cloth and it's soaked with blood. Ah, it's blood. It appears that the suitcase is very strongly tied to a murder. So, explain this to me. Why does the suitcase have to do with the murder. I believe it's pretty safe to say that the killer used his suitcase in some manner, such as to move something. To move something, perhaps. You weren't talking about the clothing? That alone is too small. A larger item would be needed to move what I'm thinking of. In the suitcase is the body.
Take that!
Something that would fit in a suitcase that is also covered in blood. Sounds like a dead body, doesn't it? But in light of this, I'd say that Mr. Hicks was moved into the elevator from someplace else. Which means that the murder was committed in an entirely different location. So you're saying that after moving the body into the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase in here and just left it? Exactly. What is it? Nothing. Just that I was thinking about what Miss Rhoda said about coming here for something. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wanted to give you a bit more time, but I'm afraid I wasn't able to convince the captain. I'm very sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but the captain feels that he has allowed you ample time. He says that he'd appreciate if you would wrap it up in here and pretend you're safe. I understand his sentiments, however, if I'm not allowed to complete my investigation, the crime scene may become contaminated by the time we land. If I must stop, then I insist that I be allowed to oversee the preservation of the two sites. Under your supervision, of course. If that's your only condition, then I believe we can accommodate your wishes. Hi, oh my god, you never say hi in my streams. Wow. I'm honored. Wow. I'm here to assist you in any way that I can, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm glad you stopped by anyway. Thank you for dropping in. I appreciate each and every one of you. Kisses every person hanging out with me. Sounds like fun. We can camp out and watch over everything together. I've found proof that the real crime scene was not in the lounge, and I have enough evidence to prove myself to be innocent of any wrongdoing. And yet, regarding what Miss Mealy reminded me about Miss Tenero, I can't allow my investigation to end here. The truth must come to light. Wow, we're getting so much done today. Ew, gross. It made me save on the second save slot. Why would I ever do that? That's disgusting. Ew. I'll just have to override one of these later. I've only been streaming for 4 hours. Ah, fuck this shit. I want to keep going. I want to keep going. I deserve to. Woo, we're at the point where I think I have played up until this bit. Everything after this, I have fucking no clue about. Hang on a minute. I'm going to see a movie tomorrow, and my sibling is asking me where our seats are. Screenshot that. Send that. It's gonna be great. I'm going to watch the second FNAF movie because I saw the first one in cinema, so Might as well go watch the second one, right? It'll be great, guys. It'll be great. I'm excited. Anywho. I know that once we had landed, I'm supposed to let the local police take over. And thanks to Miss Tenero and Miss Mealy, we were able to preserve the crime scene. But I just can't shake it. I wasn't able to talk with Miss Tenero in private. So I'm left wondering just what she was up to. Why did she do what she did? There must be a way for me to continue my investigation. I've been expecting you, Miles Edgeworth. Hi, Francisca. Hi, darling. Hi, darling. I love you, darling. Francisca, I thought you were still in Germany. I go where I am needed. And wherever there are criminals to be caught. Her name is Francisca von Karma, the daughter of my mentor, Manfred von Karma. She, like myself, is a prosecutor. Are you heading up this case? It would be a bit of a relief if you are. Don't you try to flatter me, Miles Edgeworth. I'm placing you under arrest. What? It's quite frustrating, actually. I had hoped to exact my revenge on you in a different venue, but I'll have to take what I can get. I never thought I'd see the day when a disciple of the House of Von Karma would become a criminal. Have you no shame? Wait, it has all been a big misunderstanding. I didn't kill the victim. A misunderstanding. I heard all about the murder over the police radio from the captain himself. You waited for the victim on the first floor and then beat him to death. Francisca, do you honestly believe that I killed a man? I suppose I should reserve judgment until after I have investigated things for myself. I can put you on rest on hold until then. That's as it should be. I don't need a lecture on how to perform my duties from you, of all people. To be perfect in every way, the fulfillment of that creed alone is all I strive for. Well, I have my own creed which I must fulfill, so why don't we solve this together? I have to get going. The crime scene awaits. Don't you dare leave town. Trust me, I had no intention to. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Too slow. Ow. Listen up. I'm leaving you in charge of watching this man. Don't mess up, understand? Mr. Edgeworth, I'm supposed to guard him. A simple yes or no, detective. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. You just leave it to me. Miles Edgeworth. If you interfere with my investigation, I'll arrest you on the spot. Are we clear? Now then, if you'll excuse me. Bye, Francisca. I love you and miss you every day, my darling. Good to see you again, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Boy, am I glad to see you're okay. Thank you, detective. I believe in you, sir. You can lean on me. I'll get you through this. I have to admit, I'm a bit curious as to what Francisca is up to. Maybe I should ask the good detective. Very well, in that case. I have a few questions for you. Hey, hi, Gumshoe. Hi, Gumshoe. Hi, Gumshoe. So, how was the initial investigation going? We just shipped the body off to the coroner's office, and we're taking statements now, sir. That sounds like Francisca. She was always good at a quick response to a case. I'd say she was a little too quick, sir. Oh, How so?
I rushed over as soon as I got the word of the affair, sir. But somehow when I got here, Miss Von Karma was already here barking out orders at everyone. It was kind of creepy, as though she knew there had been a murder or something, and hadn't come in advance to await your flight's arrival.
That's sort of odd. She did show up rather quickly and out of the blue. Plus, I still don't know why she's here in America.
She was waiting to see you. I love their relationship.
There must be some backstory to all of this.
Miss Von Karma just kind of popped up at the prosecutor's office about a week ago, sir. Something about chasing down leads related to this incident.
No details?
It is kind of top secret, so she can't talk about it, even with me, sir.
Knowing her, the only type of talking she likes to do is with her whip. Plus, I doubt the top secret part was what stopped her from talking to you, Detective. Although, I wonder if her case has anything to do with mine.
Anyway, that's about all the information I have, sir. We should find out more if we investigate.
Yes, it is high time I review my investigation, starting with talking to the people involved in this case afresh. Right, let's go.
Look at the fucking captain. You've got a fan base, don't you, sir? Oh, wet the mouth. Hydration is important.
So, you must be the captain.
Why, yes I am. And who might you be?
I am the prodigy prosecutor, Francisco Von Karma, and I have a few questions for you. Don't you dare, Captain! Getting friendly with another woman? I'll never forgive you if you do. What are you talking about? I only have eyes for you, my dear Cammy. I wouldn't bet money on our dear Captain to be much of a reputable person.
Sure you don't want to talk and ask the captain a few questions, sir?
He was in the cockpit the entire time. I highly doubt he would know anything of use. Anyway, I like to leave that type of witness to Francisco and her whip.
I did see the Steel Samurai create a cameo. I just refuse to talk to him because he's gross. Salmonella? Yeah. Now you see here. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
How long do you intend to hold me?
It is impossible for me to be the criminal I told you.
Mr. LeBlanc. Oh, it is you.
Oh, tell this man to stop stopping me from going.
And time is money. I don't have even 1 second of wasteful time to spend. Sir, you can't go in there. Oh, really? I'm Miles Edgeworth. I'm one of the prosecutors on this case, so please let me through. I'm very sorry, sir. No one is allowed to enter without Miss Von Karma's express permission. But I'm on the case. Yes, I understand that, but I also have explicit instructions to not let you through from Miss Von Karma. Why would you do this to me, Francisco? It was God. Did you finish taking his statement yet?
Yep, all done, sir.
I'm not concerned. If you're not done examining the cargo hold, I want my cargo back. If you make a single scratch on my art, you will pay. Art? What sort of art?
Mr. LeBlanc is an art dealer, so he's got a bunch of artwork down in the cargo hold, sir. He's practically a mountain of them, large and small.
from folk costumes to some statues. I sell all kinds of arts. Folk costumes. Speaking of which, Miss LeBlanc's hat kind of looks like another piece of cloth. Okay. Oh, yes! This is a very similar pattern. Do you recognize this? Miss LeBlanc, can you please take a look at this for me? Oh. Oh, it is Bulgarian cloth. As I suspected. Your hat is made of the same material, I suppose. Yes, of course. This fabric is so famous. All this come from overseas. Then this is the cargo you were talking about earlier. No. My cargo this time is not many gigantic. You, detective, can I have my cargo moved? You can get your cargo back when we're done investigating, pal. The stubbornness of your police is no good. And it is no room good that attendant refuses to exit the attendant room too. That attendant? I wonder if he's talking about Miss Tenero. What do you mean by that attendant, Miss LeBlanc? She was taken to the attendant's room for her interview. And then they still have not come out. They make no sign of coming out either. I was finished with my own interview much earlier, quicker than her. Why is Miss Tadero's interview the only one that's taking up so much time? You look so young in the young Francisca. You look way younger than in the in Justice for All, despite the fact that you were definitely not that much younger than when you were in that game. Like, look at you, squishy. I love you, Francisca. Miles Edgeworth, you were given free rein to examine the plane, weren't you? Yes, I was able to obtain the cooperation of the flight attendants. Speaking of attendants, I'd like to speak with Miss Tenero. I wonder if you might grant me permission to enter the flight attendant's room? Before I do, you still have to clear up some issues surrounding your own circumstances. I understand. You may have tricked those attendants with your sophisticated talking, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, Miles Edgeworth. God, she's so pretty. I love her. Let's not complicate things and go with the most obvious conclusion. The scene of the crime was here, in this very lounge, and the body was discovered. From the time the victim was seen calling for an attendant until the time his body was found, the one person in this lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. The likeliest suspect, Francisco. Do you have a problem with that? No, but it's not like you to use such vague wording. You're usually a bit more absolute. I'm simply trying to watch out for you. Or is my kindness too hard for you to comprehend? Thank you. But your leniency is unnecessary, for I will prove my innocence soon enough. If I want to continue my investigation, I have to break her line of logic fast. Very good question how to do that, Mr. Edgeworth. What was that line of logic again? The scene of the crime was here in this very lounge. From the time the victim was called, was seen calling for an attendant until the body was found, the only person in the lounge the entire time was you, Miles Edgeworth. Except we have proof that that's not true. Unmistakable. This unmistakably makes you the likeliest suspect. Likeliest suspect, a really roundabout euphemism. but it would appear that she doesn't yet know about the new evidence that we acquired and where we acquired it. I'll take care of the gaps in our logic one hole at a time. Alright, the scene of the crime was here. It's very large where the body was discovered. Present... this?
Objection!
No. This one. Yes, Francisca. Ow. Thank you. Ow, why did you whip me too, sir? One more victim besides myself and the evidence to add to the pile. Poor Gumshoe. Poor Gumshoe. Okay, that means, we want to present this one then.
Objection!
It would appear that you did not have all the information you needed after all. And what does that mean? I found a new piece of evidence just before I was forced to stop investigating. A piece that proves that the body was moved from a different location. The killer used a suitcase to move the victim's body, meaning that the real scene of the crime is not this lounge.
Objection!
Now, who's the one rashly jumping to conclusions? Excuse me. All you did was find this piece of cloth inside the suitcase. That doesn't prove that the body was moved. It could be that the killer simply chose that suitcase as a good place to hide the cloth. I expected you would come to that conclusion. It would seem I can't escape that instinct. You should know better than that. Avon Karma is perfect in every way. Ah, but did you know that the killer definitely moved the suitcase around at some point?
Objection!
As if there is proof of that. Nope.
Take that!
The spilled grape juice in front of the elevator. Yes, and I'd like to draw your attention to this area here with the track marks.
Take that!
This mark here. Wouldn't you say it looks suspiciously like tracks between wheels? I suppose. Further, there is also grape juice residue on the wheels of this suitcase. This means that the suitcase containing the victim's body definitely passed through here. I suppose this means that the killer did move the victim's body from somewhere else. I'm glad you've come to your senses.
Objection!
Not so fast! This still doesn't put you in the clear, not by a long shot. You prepared yourself and acquired the piggy bank before the plane hit the turbulence. And then you waited for the victim in the lounge where you beat him to death. Then, while you were in the elevator with the victim's body stuffed in the suitcase, the plane hit that patch of turbulence and out flew the body from within the suitcase. With no way out, you hastily put the suitcase back where you had taken it from and pretended to be this discoverer of the body. Not a bad bit of logic for something you thought of on the fly. Just what are you insinuating? That I will show you exactly how flawed your logic is. No matter how strong of a face you put on, not even you can hide your fears from me. I'll expose the flaws in your logic in one fell swoop. Well, there is evidence that it fell out.
Objection!
The fact that you took this piece of evidence into account in your testimony is to be commended. Your legal prowess is certainly something to be feared. Evidence and logic. essential tools that those who would stand in a courtroom must learn to master.
Mwah, hi, Moopai. Hi, Moopai.
But what if there was a fake piece of evidence thrown into the mix? A fake? This Captain Ugo piggy bank is just such a fake. It is not the real murder weapon. What? The timing of when the bank was taken from the shop is important, and it was taken after the turbulence occurred. But then, what about the blood on the bank? What do you make of that? I assume it was added after the murder when the killer fabricated this weapon. Looking at it this way, the killer basically did 3 things after the turbulence. After exiting the elevator, the killer brought the suitcase to the shop and left it there. Then the killer proceeded to pick up the bank from off the floor, and took it and fabricated a murder weapon by hitting the victim on the head. Finally, the victim's wallet was planted on my personage, in my pocket to be precise. Everything was done so that I would be framed as for the murder of Mr. Ackby Hicks. You there! Yes, ma'am. Other than this piggy bank, was anything else resembling a murder weapon found? We didn't find anything in this lounge or in the shop that could be used as one, ma'am. Most of the items that could have been used were broken during the turbulence, and the remaining items all tested negative for any traces of blood. I see. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears your star tactics are at an end.
But it's possible that it's just hidden somewhere, sir.
If the criminal had wanted to hide the weapon in a safer place, I think the weapon would have been hidden in the same place as the bloody cloth. Exactly what I was thinking. Because the cloth was hidden inside the suitcase, it signals to me that the killer had not prepared for a more secure place to hide the evidence. Which means that the real murder weapon is either still on the murderer's personage, or is still at the real crime scene.
Objection!
There is one more possibility. And what would that be? That the piggy bank is in fact the real murder weapon. But didn't we just... Let me finish. The killer took the bank out from the display case before the turbulence by opening the lock on the display case door. And it was at that time that the glass pane on the door was broken. I'd say that it's a perfectly reasonable line of reasoning, wouldn't you? Let's see. So that means that the killer had the key to the display case. Francisca, the person you're talking about. Not so fast. I'm not finished. The person I'm talking about has also committed another sin. She tricks the captain and granted you permission to conduct your investigation. Yes, it is a sin of lying. Speaking of which, I recall that you also wanted to speak with her. Yes. Very well, permission granted. But only if I can sit in on your investigation. Do we understand each other? I have no intention of interrogating her. But you are welcome to accompany me if you wish. Miss Tenero is in the flight attendant's room. Let's move. Yay. Oh, damn it. Yeah, thank you. So you're the one who poked around inside this plane without the captain's permission? Deviating from the flight attendant's manual is very unbecoming, you know. What were you hoping to accomplish by doing that? Mr. Nero. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth, you're here too. Can you please help us shed some light on why you did what you did? All right. Why did you lie about receiving the captain's permission like that? Because I didn't think I would be able to get his permission. What did you mean? The captain, he only has ears for Cammy. I spoke with the captain a little earlier myself. He definitely seems to be rather taken with Miss Mealy. Yes, and on top of that, I had mistakenly accused Mr. Edgeworth of being the killer. I wanted to make amends. In that case, please allow me to thank you for what you did. Thanks to you, I was able to clear myself of all charges. Really? You were able to prove your innocence? Oh, thank goodness. Mr. Nero, was it? There is one more thing I'd like to ask you. You were in the in-flight shop just before the turbulence, weren't you? Please answer honestly. Yes, I was. And why were you there? Well, Why the sudden hesitation? Francesca seems to have struck a nerve. All I did was check up on the shop, like I always do. You're saying it was for work, then? Yes, I'm in charge of the shop, so I have to keep an eye on it. I don't have any reason to go there otherwise. After your visit to the shop, you paid a visit to this room, correct? Yes, I came back to freshen up and adjust my makeup. I'm sorry, but there isn't much else to tell. Mr. Nero claims to have no reason other than duty to go to the shop. But is that all there is to it? Maybe I should ask her about that thing. If you could please take a look at this for me, Mr. Nero. Oh, that suitcase. Yes, about the suitcase. You are the one who designed it, correct? And I think I figured out something else about it. The suitcase is the reason you were in the shop, isn't it? There's nothing you won't find out eventually, is there? Won't you please tell me more about the suitcase? Well, I was interested in seeing how the suitcases I had designed were selling. I know that as a service professional, I'm not supposed to care, but I really wanted to know. I was glad to see that it was the last one there. The last one there. So you're saying, Mr. Nero, that the suitcase in question was the last one? Yes! They're just so popular, they're practically flying off the shelves. That's not exactly the impression I got. The one in the shop is most definitely the last one. Well, we're currently looking at that suitcase. Really? Then I'm glad we sold all of them. Thank you very much for taking the last one. I didn't say anything about buying it. Then say you'll buy it. I'm sorry, I can't. But why? I think it'd go great with your complexion, Mr. Edgeworth. It really suits you. I guarantee it personally as a service professional. Well, that is... How should I put this? It's hideous. What? Maybe it was a bit too direct. Moving on, my issue with the suitcases isn't the design, it's the number of remaining. There were 2 suitcases in the in-flight shop when I investigated it. 2? But that's impossible. I'm sure there was only 1. Looks like our story has generated quite the contradiction. When I left the shop, I'm positive there was only 1 suitcase left. Something is amiss here. What could it be the meaning of this inconsistency? By the way, Mr. Nero, what is one of those suitcases doing here? That's... I thought you said there was only 1 left. That one is, it's mine. I've used it for a very long time now. She's used it for a very long time? I think not. Mr. Nero, I'd appreciate if you wouldn't lie to me. Excuse me? I don't believe for even 1 second that you've used this for a very long time. Put it a price tag. So
Take that!
About $1,200? What the hell? Tell me, Mr. Nero, is it also your habit to keep the price tag pristine on your suitcase? What is the meaning of this? Why would you lie about a suitcase? Despite having faith in her design sense, the sales numbers made her cry bitter tears. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. Mr. Nero, I think I understand. I know what you were trying to hide. Now then, the suitcase was originally in the in-flight shop. Seeing as how the price tag is still in the suitcase, one can assume it was out on the floor for sale at the shop. And the person who bought the suitcase was you yourself.
Take that!
It was you, wasn't it, Mr. Nero? I hate to say this, but the suitcase that you designed, it hasn't sold very well, has it? I saw how poorly this design that you poured your heart and soul into was selling, and were deeply hurt. That's why you wanted to make it look like it was selling by buying it yourself. Isn't that right? Then the reason you went to the shop and came back here was... I'm sorry. All I really have is my job. I was overjoyed that my design was chosen. I thought that maybe I could finally accomplish something. But the suitcases didn't sell. It's because of the design, isn't it? Or because it's, as you put it, hideous. Potato? Mupai, I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by potato? Tomato? Tomato? Potato, tomato. What the... Mupai, are you trying to prove some sort of point here? It's tomato. Potato? Tomato. Why are you assuming that I say potato? It's a tomato, but that's a potato. Yeah. Well... Look, don't ask me, ask the British. That's where my accent comes from. Word is potato. The word is tomato. Why did this come up anyway? Were you talking about something? It's odd. Well, I can't say anything now. We weren't selling a single one, and they were just sitting there collecting dust. I felt so bad seeing them there day in and day out. So I decided to buy one for every flight I worked. You buy one every single time you work a flight? Mubai, I don't think you understand how close I am sitting to my microphone at every given point. Unless I lean backwards because I'm, like, doing something, I am always really fucking close. I do not even have a telephone link between me and my microphone. So tell me how close I should be sitting to my microphone? I know! Yeah, I was quieter before because I was leaning away from it. Leave me alone. Only tell me if my audio is shit. I don't need to know that I'm away from my microphone. I know that I am. I love you, Mupai. You're amazing and I love you. The game audio is fine. I'm not touching it. I see. So, in order to keep your resolution, you went and bought one today as well. You are appreciated enough, Mupai. I appreciate you. Yes, and here's my receipt for that purchase. This receipt is clearly timestamped 5:40 AM. The truth is, there's still a bunch of them left unsold. They're planning to scrap the remaining ones at the end of this flight. Miss Tenero, where are these other suitcases? They should be down in the cargo hold. Then the suitcases the killer used could very well have come from the cargo hold. Mr. Ridgeworth, you don't think that the killer used one of my suitcases, do you? Yes, I do. The killer used one of your beloved suitcases to move the victim's body. How could they? Those suitcases were meant to be faithful partners to our passengers on their trips. That's all I ever wished for them to be. Miss Tenero, is there any other way to get to the cargo hold from other than the elevator? The only other way is through the door there. And what about security? That door has no special lock installed because just to enter this room, you need a special key card and only crew members have access to. Which means that the culprit is someone who can enter this room, eliminating the passengers and leaving only crew members as potential suspects. I can't believe it. Yes, Francisco. Going on with these wild goose chases, you're a disgrace to the Von Karma name. And what do you mean by that? The suitcase came from the cargo hold. The fact alone tells the whole story. Yes, which is why I said the culprit must be a crew member who used their key card. Miles Edgeworth! You're proposing that the killer rode the elevator from the cargo hold, correct? Yes, that's the only realistic possibility. That other attendant, Miss Mealy, I asked her earlier and she said had this to say. Francisca got information out of Miss Mealy. In other words, to make the elevator go down to the cargo hold, a different keycard is required. A different one? Yes, and the only person who holds that particular card is you, Miss Rhoda Tenero, and only you. What? Is this true, Miss Tenero? Yes, I keep the keycard in my locker at all times. Could you please show us that card right now? Yes, hold on. I don't believe it. What's wrong? The keycard, it's gone. Very clever. Pretending that your card was stolen, when in fact you're just trying to hide it from us. You really thought this through. Wait, it's not like that. You can tell us all about it about what it's like down at the station, officer. Arrest this woman. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Edgeworth? What's wrong? There's disbelief written all over your face. Francisco, I know that you are the lead investigator on this case. However, hold it! Don't even think about wasting any more of my time. You know the rule as well as I do. Evidence speaks louder than words. Even if there isn't a courtroom, that basic tenet still applies. I intend to investigate the cargo hold now. What will you do, Miles Edgeworth? I intend to do likewise. Should I finish this case today? I wasn't expecting to finish both of them all at once. And then 1, 2, 3, which we, the 1 and the 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3, 1. Okay. I can finish it today. And I can still do my joke even if I do. Wonderful. Ooh, look at them. Look at them. Oh my goodness, I love them and I miss them every day. Wow, this is the cargo hold, huh? Bye, Gumshoe. It's so big! This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So this is the real scene of the murder. That is certainly a high probability of. There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we are here, correct? Okay, well, let's start investigating, sir. Hell yes! This game's great. This fucking game's great. Bed sheets to the USA. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. This sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look in his eyes, he is waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pulls the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. Oh, that's adorable! Oh, Gumshoe, you're so cute. Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth. It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair. Those must be the leftover ones that couldn't sell. This one's the company planning. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It's practically screaming artsy. Oh, why don't you purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. You think so? Then maybe I will. Let's see, that $1,200. I think I'll pass. And Miss Sonero wonders why they don't sell. You'd need 2 jobs to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one's missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping in? A bunch of glass fragments. A bunch of glass fragments. A bunch of glass. Nothing. This is just the elevator. Hello, sir. Hey! What's that suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. So this suitcase belongs to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we take a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary here, sir. Wait, a file. And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. Looks like a profile on Francisco. Why would Mr. Hicks have a file on her? Can I... That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to see... Can I... Oh. Damn. I can't read... I wanted to read it. So what do I have now? Broken glass. Shards of glass. Oh! Maybe... Yay! I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses? Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure that the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lens. Ergo, the victim was here, just as I suspected. So, you're saying the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now?
Oh, is it? I didn't know that.
Perhaps it's a bit early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability has just skyrocketed considerably. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Profile on Francisca. Interesting. Hi, Francisca. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at the airport for something besides the murder. Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved governmental level international crime, but it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided that I should have a joint investigation with Interpol. I see. Interpol is involved. It's a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. I see. Do I have evidence that I could, like, talk to you about? I don't think so. I don't really have anything new. Okay. So... does that mean that the victim was Interpol? Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Francisca?
Oh, I know! I bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir.
Francisca said that she had come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation.
Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and followed her?
Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol agent Hicks. I think Francisca has some explaining to do. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you?
Nonsense! What are you talking about?
We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so that he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out miles. But it looks like they got to him first. So you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. I see. He went undercover to investigate this crime, and it was I who put him on the case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he had landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we have a pretty definitive evidence that Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo pole.
But what was he doing down here, sir? There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in a suitcase and came down here to get it. Ow.
Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason, I'm sure of it. Of that, I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Francisco, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with the person who let him in. Yes, and then he was murdered here. These glass fragments and this bottle and his broken glasses are a testament to that. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Hang on. I'm gonna assume that was not a real phone call. Anyway. Back to business. And then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of the spare suitcases and they entered the elevator, but while they were riding it up, the plane hit a patch of turbulence. Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pockets, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. And also explains why his phone was stolen. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I know what you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth, but the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the key card that allows the elevator to come down here. The only person with such a high-level access is Ms. Rhoda Tenero. I'd say there's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know that she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. If it was a crew member, any of them could have shown...
Hold it!
But it is highly likely that the key card was stolen from his...
Objection!
It's highly likely. Isn't that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father. Well, yes. While I don't have any evidence, Be quiet! You're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Ms. Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just the key card that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon, the Captain Ugo piggy bank? Yes, she is also the only person with a key to open that display case. No matter of the key to the display case that holds the murderer's piggy bank. I'd say it's pretty decisive. Do I have anything right now? I don't think so.
Hold it!
But
Objection!
that... Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth. You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. You must keep on insisting that it's fake. Then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as a murder weapon. Should we examine further to help ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? The body. Francisco, I think you were too quick to jump to a conclusion.
Oh, was I?
Yes, we don't even have an autopsy result yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you have yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon?
Scruffy?
Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the result of Agent Hicks's autopsy.
Yes, sir. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edwards, sir.
Do go on. What is it, Detective?
They're still doing the autopsy, so they said they are... But they said they already know this one thing for sure.
Report now.
And the doc said that it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back.
From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. He was beaten over such a wide area.
Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir.
Scruffy? What is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, Detective?
Oh, well, they said they were still looking into that, sir.
You're completely useless!
No.
Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there.
No, you remove yourself from my way.
What is that racket? Fucking knew it.
My luggage, my cargo, they're mine, and I demand you return it to me.
We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose then I have no choice. Finally, I think I give...
Hey, what do you...
You have left me no choice but to use brute force.
You... Go on, get past me.
This... Wait, that's it. So that's what this whole thing has been about. Nothing more than matter is a key to display the case that held the murderous bank. After all, you know, the surgeon came up empty-handed. Doc said there's one giant bruise and bleeding from the shoulder to his mid-back. Ooh. Based on what we just saw, I'm assuming we're saying that he fell. Which explains the bruising. I kind of assumed that when we mentioned the bruising. How do you want me to logic this though? What do you want me to connect? Is there a way for me to prove that this isn't the real murder weapon? Since of bruising from back of the head down to the mid-back as if severely beaten. Weapon couldn't be found. No, okay. Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of illusion. Look, it made logical sense to me. Nobody could find anything that could be considered a real murder weapon. This was a trail of international smuggling ring. Okay. So what do you want? Okay. So... Nobody could find anything that could be considered a real murder weapon in the hole. time I have the ability to play around with it all. I didn't think so. Thank you, Edgeworth. Trail of an international smuggling ring. Okay, so what are we logicking here, Edgeworth? What are we saying? How would you like me to logic this up? Which, by the way, I am fucking loving this. I really, really fucking like this. Like, it makes me feel extra smart. I really appreciate, being able to do all of this. And, like, be able to, like, follow with Edgeworth's line of logic as we do this. It's really nice. If the cause of death severely beaten, is there a way to prove that this isn't the real murder weapon? You would need to cause bruising like that. It doesn't look like it's a matter of being hit multiple times over with something that small. It looks like whatever hit him was a lot bigger, right? Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there is extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark, which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back. If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. But so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any kind. Perhaps, just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally, it's too impossibly big to take into consideration. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Francisca. What? What do you want? I found it, Francisca. I found the real murder weapon. You did? He really jumped. We didn't realize it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be hurt! We should go check up on him, sirs. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. And this coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on, Ben. Show me this real murder weapon. I don't think I can show it with evidence. I just need to point it out to you. I don't have any evidence to show you. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool. From a foolishly foolish fool meant to be foolish. What do you mean I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have rephrased it. That which caused Mr. Hicks's death is incorporeal. Forgive me, but I do believe I have figured out what was the real cause of death. Freefall. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death was free falling to the ground.
Fell to his death?
Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. The only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death.
But the murder happened inside this plane.
I know.
Are you claiming that there was someplace in this plane from which he could have fallen from?
As I said earlier, the answer has always been in front of us the entire time.
You can't mean...
Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold.
What? Then... We're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. Hey, you... Tell me you aren't dead now.
Quiet. Why are you screaming?
He's alive.
And there you have it, my Ellsworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. I suppose it's true that it's not possible given the current circumstances.
The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean?
Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then?
He would have been a Borgini and pancake for sure, sir.
I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing.
But the reality is that the cargo box is there, so there is no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios.
It may be there now, but there is no proof that it was always there.
As if there could have been a window of time where the giant box was not there.
Ah, but there was.
What? The fact that we had to stop.
Take that!
You refueled in the public of Genfa.
Yes, this flight had a short layover in Genfa in order to refuel, but that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at just that time? To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question.
Ah, it's labeled Genvar Express.
Correct, meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Genfa. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time?
It would mean that the box
was not in the cargo hold during the Europe-Genfa leg of flight, making it a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible.
But your theory is still very far-fetched.
Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag
on it, sir. Says a leaf red statue? Never heard of it.
Nor I, but all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime.
And let's get investigating, sir. Look here, do not get touching my possessions without my permission. Don't rush me like that, pal.
So this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. I take it this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc.
Of course it's mine. I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe.
This red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much more, much more. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been a large cargo hold.
10 million cents?
I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes such a difference.
Darn.
How did you do that?
I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me.
Yeah. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place.
Hey, Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars?
Does it really make a difference in our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance that your cargo is related to the murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring, then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Gen 4. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc, I wonder if it might be fake.
What? How dare you say my art is fake?
I suspect that your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring.
Don't say such fantastical things.
Those thieves would not dare. I have certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document?
Mr. LeBlanc,
why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. I can't read this. What does it say? It says, as plain as day, the cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states on the certificate. No, that's... Which means that there's no way that a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself.
Then you can have your wish.
Look at it for yourself and see an iron This... I know I've seen this somewhere before.
This is the Gallif Red. It gives us such a feeling of art. I can practically smell it.
The statue was a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled in the museum in Europe. I brought it to this country to exhibit it. I believe a closer look is warranted here. So this is the infamous Elif Red statue.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something?
There's something wrong with this picture. We can examine it in more detail.
Is there?
This is the red statue. I swear I've seen this somewhere before.
No wonder this thing has worth 10 million cents. Look at how it sparkles, sir.
I wouldn't call it sparkling, detective. Maybe more along the lines of dully shining. These are the eyes. Are these eyes made out of some sort of gem?
That's a real nice shade of orange. For a sec, I couldn't even tell they were jewels.
Oh, but they kind of remind me of the eyes of a stray cat that lives in my house. Are the eyes supposed to be this color? Or is it possible this statue is fake? Okay. Ah! So it is a fake. But these eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? Yeah, and pretty. And they remind me of the sunsets when I was in grade school, so... I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do, but it's really like the colour of the sun when it's setting, so... Ah, the memories. I remember standing out on the field, spinning with my arms out until I felt ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What colour are the eyes in this photo? Huh? Ah! They're red! As I thought, this statue is fake. Mr. LeBlanc, what do you want? Do you not know that I am a busy man? Allow you 2 seconds for your answer. The olive red, I suppose, is your pride and joy, is it not? It is the biggest trophy on my European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess the statue? The intrigue started 7 years ago. Grab a seat, chair. Grab a chair, sir. Sounds like we're gonna be in for a long story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but what is it? Sympathy? For what? You see, I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. I wasn't talking about the 2 of us, but seriously, you like his eyes more than mine? But he compliments my eyes a lot, all the time. He's not lying to me, is he? I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in the photo. Oh, why are you yelling? Nothing. It is a photo of the statue on display in the museum in Europe. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. Fake? I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we have confirmed that this is indeed a fake, there must be some sort of proof that it was brought on board in Genfa. And I will present that evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. What's this? The statue looks like it's stepping all over the neighbor's cloth. It kind of resembles the owner's attitude in a sense. What did you say now? Furthermore, by clothing them is not being stepped on them. It's too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress that you keep it. Nope, okay, different place of evidence. Oh, that's not possible. But it is. I guess that was the right answer. History of the weapon. It's clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. That's not possible. But it is. It shouldn't be this way. But that statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighbouring piece of cargo wasn't brought on board at Genfa, there is no way that any part of this should wind up under something from Europe. which means that this fake statue was smuggled on board in Genfar. But then, what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? There is only one reason why, to secure proof of smuggling activity aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. He could have just as easily inspected all the cargo after the plane landed. But that may be true. However, you have to have it backwards, Francisco. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport, it would have been under the swap, after the swap had occurred. At that time, suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there is someone involved in this forging or modifying cargo certificates. I guess the victim knew the real version of this was gonna get nabbed, huh? Yes, while the photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was in fact taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure the proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. After that, all he had to do was hold the Genfar cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the year of Genfar leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from here which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Officer! Move the statue immediately. I want a thorough investigation of the floor underneath now. Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings. Go on. After moving the leaf red statue out of the way, we tested the area under it with luminol and there was a reaction. Oh dear. I love you, luminol. I see. There was a reaction of luminol, an indication that there was blood in that spot. Stop looking at it now, sirs. It would seem my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way. The culprit cleaned the blood up well. And how do you think the culprit did that? With the bloody cloth.
Take that!
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up the blood before the plane landed at Genfar. Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So, you guys are saying that the murder happened before the plane landed in Genfar? There's no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony to doubt. The murder occurred before we landed in Genfar, then this becomes highly suspect. Recall Miss Mealy's testimony about Agent Hicks in regards to when we departed Genfar. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 AM, you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but that totally contradicts the facts, sir. But why would she lie about something like that? I think the only person who can answer that is merely herself.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, guys. We're fucking solving a fucking murder. I haven't been this excited for solving a murder in so long. Oh, I miss it dearly. The last bit of the cake. Let's go.
Miss Mealy. Miss Mealy! Huh? Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we departed from Gen 5? Huh? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was found dead long before we ever touched down in Gen 5. Miss Cammy Meal. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did? No one can make a mistake so large, Miss Meal. But I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way to resolve this contradiction. Very well, Miss Meal. If you please, tell me about your alibi during the time span. From just before we were to land at 3 AM and 6 AM when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edward? Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 to 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room, all by my lonesome self. How was a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Mealy, wake up! She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her is by pressing her.
Hold it!
Miss Meal, wake up. I'm awake. Miles Edgeworth, I demand that you do something about this flight attendant this instant. Why ask me to wake her when you can finally put that whip to an appropriate use?
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class and the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 AM. Yeah, but I guess that's run by Miss Ruda. Then what were you doing and in the attendant's room at that time? Eating and having a most delicious dream. You mean you were neglecting your duties? No way! Sleeping's part of our job too, you know.
Hold it!
Smil, how many times do I have to repeat myself? Wake up. Ow! What you with me for, sir? Oh, what did I miss? A poor detective being on the receiving end of a lash in your stead. Really? Sorry about that. You can make amends for that by continuing with your testimony.
Hold it!
So you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think there's a contradiction. Just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Miss Meal, There is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. What are you talking about? It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 to 6. Because this was 5:40.
Take that!
I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Meal. Huh? A receipt? For what? It's for the suitcase Miss Tenero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp, as you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m., Miss Tenero.
Yes!
Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have to look her up by now. I requested that she be present as a witness so that we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss Tenero, between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop.
Yes!
I went to the shop to buy a suitcase, after which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off. And did you see Miss Meal there at the time?
No.
So, Miss Meal, where were you really between 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Meal. Bathroom? I'll be the one to ask the questions here. Yeah, maybe that's it. I'll probably just miss her. Nature calls, you know. Do you take me for a fool? That's a little too convenient to be true. But it's the truth. Cross my heart. I don't have any conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage. You don't believe me, do you? But please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out? Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew, but you'd think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's one in charge of the elevator keycard and shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious. Please leave Miss Tenero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now. I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda? Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I? Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of left.
I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate any sense of design.
No, it's not the time for this sort of talk. I've got my eyes on someone else anyway. Anyway.
Hold it!
No, it's not the only reason I was suspecting you. Your statements regarding Mr. Hicks also turned out to be a bunch of lies. Moopai, don't look at me like that. But say I wasn't an attendant, you wouldn't suspect me then, would you? Yes, I suppose that's true enough.
Hold it!
She is already being detained for further questioning, or have you already forgotten? Yeah, I guess I just forgot. Cammy, don't tell me you suspect me too. I'm sorry, I can't help it. I mean, other than you, there's no one else who could have done it.
Can't believe you would think that. I mean, me, a killer.
Miss Mealy, what did you mean by no one else who could have done it?
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Miss Meal? I take care of the attendance room. That doesn't count. Oh, but I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammy is very talented in languages. She assisted passengers who may not speak English, especially those who speak Borginian. She is the only one on the flight who's fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what I'm in charge of. Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian. She's fluent in Borginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian? Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borginian. Very interesting.
Hold it!
So what exactly do you do as the one in charge of some Borginian stuff? Oh, I do stuff like translate things from and into Borginian. Cammy is the only member of the crew who understands Borginian. So, Miss Meal, I take it that it is your job to process all the Borginian paperwork. Yeah, see, I totally pull my weight around here. So it would appear. Perhaps I should ask her a few more details about her work. And Miss Meal, it's very unladylike to push suspicion onto someone else. That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm just saying that Miss Rhoda is very sus. There you go, pushing everything onto her again. I don't get what you're saying. It must be a really abstract concept, huh? The only thing abstract here is a landscape inside your head. And you were the one who processed this.
Objection!
So, you are the only one in the flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct? Oh yes, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borginia for a while. If that's the case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose: to lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who could have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Meal. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Elite Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep while I'm pointing my finger at you! I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. It is exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on the document, but you can't use the fact that fact alone to make your allegations of smuggling stick. There's no direct correlation after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really? All you did was sign it. I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So sorry about that. It seems that she's finally woken up. This isn't going to be one tough fight. I suppose... And this is a suspicion. Even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you weren't involved in the smuggling, you would have a strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has worked in many things on this plane for work purposes. So perhaps there is some element of a setup at play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you, I meant the killer. First, it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenero who is under the microscope. It seems to me that our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believe that she was indeed the intended target from the beginning. I believe that the plan was to push all the blame on the crime onto her, and this evidence will prove my suspicion. Proves that the killer was out to frame Miss Tenero from the very beginning. The suitcase?
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body up from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go to the trouble to do so? The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero of the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail, but should her suitcase be switched with one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. There wasn't enough time to put the body back into the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was on hand to adapt to that plan, and tried to flame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought that piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavor, wouldn't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a tough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. Who the murder victim was. The killer was at a loss for what to do with Agent Hicks's body, but as it just so happened, there was a bunch of empty suitcases nearby. Being a skinny man, the killer thought to put his body in the suitcase and hand it off. Your whole plan to frame someone was an elaborate coincidence? No, that's not what I said. You've wrongly deduced my meaning, Miss Meal. The one who's with the wrong deduction was you, I think. You think before you speak again. That's not what I meant, but sure. Patience, Francisca. I was about to reveal the truth. What special circumstances dictated the need to frame the killer? Where the murder took place, or when the murder took place? Took place before the... No. Choose someone who's not... No. I don't like that I have to sit in that whole language. The special circumstances is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. So no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Miss Tenero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is not Miss Tenero or myself, But you, Miss Chamomile. Only you and you alone could be the killer. And... Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole lot of circumstantial evidence. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that still can't quite fit into the big picture. Where the phone is! We haven't found the phone yet.
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence. I thought not. But that's because it went missing and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on, and that is the victim's cell phone. Francisca, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. Or at least, that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. You mean that the killer took the phone with him? Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Francisca, I'd like to ask you for assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not? Of course I do. Aw, look, her phone matches herself. That's cute. Agent Hicks's phone? It's ringing from somewhere, sir. I hear it, detective. Now where is it coming from? Oh my god! It's... my headphones are half broken, so it's really hard. It's Meal, wake up. Sorry, Mr. Edward. You're sleeping all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child. Ugh. Better find that cell phone fast. Phone is up in the flight attendant room. Okay. The ringing's coming from somewhere in here, sir. Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. The ringing is coming from somewhere around here. It's not here, sir. Why do I have such a bad feeling of where we're going to find that phone? What? No, it can't be. It's gotta be the victim's cell phone, right? Just whose locker is this, sir? It's Miss Tenero's. What? So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone? I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker. Oh, what? But... Rhoda Tenero. I don't know anything about that phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Rhoda Tenero. It's right now.
Objection!
Wait, I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the key card. When the killer went to steal the key card, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time. This is related to the key card, alright. In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. That is the one bird we cannot ignore. What should I do? Francisca's right, I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? It must have something very incriminating on it.
Hold it!
What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside the phone lies a final piece of incriminating evidence that will point to our killer. We need to examine the phone in more detail. The LCD is broken. Without the screen, you can't even place a call with it. Must be a switch that opens the phone. When did they start putting keyboards like this in cell phones? Hey! This is one of those computer cell phones that they started selling recently. Computer cell phones? Yeah, it's got a computer in it and a cell phone. Neat, Mr. Edgeworth? All you need is a phone. Need in a phone is the phone part, nothing more. I'm guessing yours can't even send out an email. Talk about inconvenient. Do you have a problem with what I do and do not care for, Detective? No, sir. As you say, sir, simple is best. What else would I be looking for? Oh yes, I'm not really looking for anything else. I'm just examining the phone. Yes, camera. Oh, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder, how exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of the smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about that kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own, and mine can take pictures just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence of his smuggling case? If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos on here for our killer smuggler. The phone's all busted up, sir. Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. I'll find a way, don't you worry about that. May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But there's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning that only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside, waiting to be assessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Francisca, your phone, if you please. Very well. It's transferring. Alright, displaying it now. This is... Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence of his smuggling case. Hey, the bread's nowhere in this picture. But this is no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Oh, she's right. There's not much we can find out about Agent Hicks's killer, so is this it? Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? Is there really nothing? What's all this? Oh! They are cargoes shipped from Borginian to Zhengfa. So the reason they aren't here now is that they were dropped off at Zhengfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there are no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. It is cloth in English. Cloth. Could it be? Is this with the killer? What? What is that scary face? Miss Meal. Yeah. It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point to who his killer is. Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edworth. The Borginian cargo and this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer.
Take that!
What is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they had spilled. And there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I have finally found my answer to this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zhengfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from and cleaned up the blood. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian, and the only crew member that fits that description is you, Camille. That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're a frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian. Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's description. Discriminate nature. What? There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. If the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then... Logically, the killer could have opened this box first.
Take that!
Hey, if it's bedsheets in English, write on the boxer. Precisely. And bedsheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't they? So, what are you trying to say? That if I were the criminal, this box of bedsheets would have been what I would have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was the cargo hold, so they were afraid to leave signs that the box of sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different colour, because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zhengfa. That's right. That is why Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian-related reader on board who could make such a calculated decision is you, Camille. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we have to do is contact Zhengfa authorities in time. You may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. So what do you say, Miss Meagle? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out with our investigation in Jennifer? Oh, corporate breakdowns, I've missed you. He was Interpol, I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. So you are a smuggler? We have finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? Taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. It was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing's for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But really, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
That's...
I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it.
No, I mean...
I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at Go You Airlines are always ready to serve, Miss Ridgeworth. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Now, I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you are. Bye-bye.
Can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. But boy, was it fun!
Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way, where's Francisca?
Oh, she's filing out some customs paperwork for our departure.
Departure?
Yeah, Miss Montfort is always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding our case.
Detective, can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier?
You got it, sir.
Francisca. I thought I told you. I thought I told you when you first landed. I have no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? You are Francisca von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of my respect. Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing pirouette, living her life on the name of the fame of her invincible father built. True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found has, this time, is only one sliver of a big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really need not to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there is another agent on this case with me. Oh, another agent. He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful agent arrest rate. Who knows? You may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in one case. I hardly see why I would cross paths. I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Miles Edgeworth. Yeah, take care of myself. Be sure of the bullet in your shoulder. Oh. I love you, Francisca von Karma. Kiss, kiss. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back in full. Bye, Francisca. And just like that, she's gone, huh? So, thank goodness I can finally rest easy, knowing I won't have to watch out for a whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all your help and cooperation. It was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. Oh. I think I'm gonna celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. So how much did you cut his salary by, Francisca? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road to the patrol car. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Francisca von Karma, the smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known to the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Ah, finally! I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are? Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Mr. Mano? Ernst Amano, correct. Ah, so you do remember me! I know, it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he's been kidnapped. Something tells me I'm gonna finally understand some fan art now, aren't I? Wow. Yay! Oh, yay! I'm so excited! I'm so excited. Yay! Who's excited? I'm excited. Because this shit's gonna be fucking incredible. I'm happy again. I'm happy again. I'm enjoying myself once again. I can't wait. I cannot fucking wait. This is gonna be great. Oh, I'm so excited. So can't wait. We're gonna be continuing this on Wednesday. It's gonna be incredible and I'm gonna enjoy myself and you're all gonna have so much fun because we're hanging out with Miles. Miles. I love you, Miles. And look at this! Look at this! Here's a character fucking finally calling him Miles. Can't believe there are people who get confused when I call him Miles. I love Miles. Oh. I love him. I love him, and I can't wait. I cannot wait. This is gonna be incredible. We're having so much fun, guys. Oh. Anyway, thank you for everyone for joining me today, stopping by, having fun. I enjoyed it a lot. We're gonna keep fucking doing this shit, and it's all gonna be fucking incredible, and I'm gonna fucking love it. Thank you to everyone for hanging out. I had so much fun. I am so hungry all of a sudden. I am fucking starving. I'm gonna make some fucking food. Maybe just have some cereal before dinner. That'd be good. That'd be real good. Oh, Miles Edgeworth, I've missed you. I've missed you, Miles. I've missed him so much, guys. I love you, Miles Edgeworth. Oh. Are you guys excited? Are you guys excited? Because I'm excited. I'm so very excited. Who should we go hang out with? I'm so glad you're as excited as I am, Money. I'm so glad that you were here too. I'm so glad you were hanging out with me, Money. I appreciate it. Oh, we're having such a good time, guys. Having such a good time. Go. Who should we raid? Because Una's online, but Una's probably gonna end stream soon. Zephyrberry? I have no idea who that is. I don't watch a lot of people, so I don't actually know anyone. Oh, they're also playing investigations. Oh, but they're playing the second game, so I can't, like, hang out for a little bit. I don't want to get spoilers. That's spoiler territory. That's spoilers. Oh, but I want to see Una. Go. Sure, we'll go hang out with Una. I like hanging out with Una. So I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9 o'clock Australian Central Standard Time. I have a Discord, so if you're not in the Discord, you can come and join and hang out. I'm active there, and I like hanging out with people when it's fun and shit. And I also I've started releasing my VODs 3 times a week instead of the 2 times a week to try and like catch up a bit more because we're getting a backlog. And I release Utao covers on Fridays. This week will be one with my personal voice bank. So it'll be really cool. It'll be really cool. I hope you guys enjoy it. Thank you guys for hanging out. I had a lot of fun playing investigations, and I'm so excited to keep going. I feel good again. So yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope you had fun because I did too. You guys have a good rest of your day, night. I'm gonna have some fucking food. Bye bye guys. Bye bye.